which really focuses on economic development, peace, and supporting the environment. So these three things will be coming up throughout all of the discussions on this afternoon, and tie that in together, which really focuses on, we have Andrea Barron. He is going to take about 2 to 3 minutes to talk about the Holocaust. So these three things will be coming up, and then we'll be going to our panelists on this afternoon. Tie that in together. All yours. Anyway, welcome. On, we have Andrea Barron. He is going to take about 2 to 3 minutes to talk about so these three
It's going to be about mass rape and the Rwanda genocide. But I just wanted to spend 2 minutes telling you about a message from the Holocaust Museum. So this is April 14th is Holocaust Commemoration Day. So they have a very, very busy schedule, and we're not able to send the speaker. But I did speak to them on the phone, and they said they're greetings to Mary and Rebecca, and wanted to tell you that the Holocaust Museum, which is down at 14th Street, but I did send them on Independence Avenue, has a message on the anniversary of the genocide in Rwanda, and they also have a special area, special exhibit specifically on prevention of future genocides, including the Holocaust, the Rwanda genocide, and now they're focused on the genocide in Darfur. So they wanted me to just pass this on to you. And of course, if this wasn't happening in April, as Mary said, when so many genocides committed, they would probably be able to send this, including the Holocaust. So I just wanted to pass on that message on the genocide in Darfur. So
thank you very much. Our first speaker, and I'm going to let them shortly introduce yourself. Do you want to speak from the dais? And but this is Medina Qasim, the persecution of Hazaras community and why they are targeted by the Taliban. This is about Afghanistan. Right now, we're working with 20 young professional women. They're in what's called Peace on Earth by 2030. And it's amazing. You have women locked in their houses. They lost all their jobs. Can't go out. Universally, they have a massive degree and growing. And they're as positive as they can absolutely be. So Afghan people are really resilient, fantastic. And thank you very much for being here. So just give about a minute or two background on yourself. And let's go ahead and start. And we'll have about 20 minutes. And then we'll do Q&A at the very end. So everybody has a chance to speak. And I am a tough timer. So everybody will be on time. So thank you.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Sump. My name is
on yourself.
Timmy.
And let's go ahead and start. And we'll have about...
I'm here in the US since 2017, but I'm back and forth before that. I used to work at the Embassy of Afghanistan here in DC for 2 terms. Currently, I work with Lawyers Without Borders and also work with Task International. I'm very delighted to be here today at this important event. We gather to remember 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, to honor those who lost their life, to reflect on memory, dignity, and resilience. Thank you all for your time to be here, and thank you for the organizer to organize this event. Actually, this time of the year also coincides with the Holocaust remembrance. We remember the millions of victims. We honor their memory. These moments remind us where hatred, exclusion, and violence can lead if we do not challenge them. Because of these tragedies did not start with mass killing. The strategy never starts with mass killing. It starts slowly. They began with dividing people into us and them. It starts in normalizing discrimination. And also it starts spreading idea that dehumanize others and slowly taking away rights that should belong to everyone. These patterns are not only in the past, it can appear in different places, in different ways. Sometimes quietly, through words, through exclusion, through the idea that some people matters less than others. And over time, if we ignore it, it becomes worse. With this in mind, as the moderator mentioned that I should speak about Afghanistan, I turned to Afghanistan. I'm sure you all knew about the general situation of Afghan right now, and Dr. Sam also mentioned that Afghan people all over the country, they are suffering. Millions of girls are out of school, deprived from the right to education. Women are not allowed to work. But I don't want to talk about this issue because everyone knew about it, heard a lot from the news. I'm here to talk about the Hazara community in Afghanistan. The Hazara community who have been suffering from persecution, systematic discrimination, and violence since centuries. To understand this, we need to look at the history a bit. I try to be very brief, promise. As Dr. Sam said that he is very strict on the time, so I want to keep it short. In the late 19th century, during the rule of Abdurrahman, the Hazara community went through extreme violence. In the 1890s, thousands were killed. Some estimates say up to 60% of population have been wiped out. Many were forced from their home, enslaved, or lost their land. Women and children were even sold as a slave in the market. This was one of the darkest times in Afghanistan history. And the impact did not end there. It is the heartbreaking factor that it was not ended at that time in 19th centuries. It created long-term inequality and pushed the Hazara community into a marginalized position that continue even today. I also want to share a story called Chil Dukhtaran, 40 girls. This story comes from the Hazara people during the same time under Abdurrahman. It was a difficult time. There was a lot of violence and suffering. There was a group, around 40 young girls. They were trying to escape after their village was attacked. They went up into the mountain, but then became surrounded. They understood that if they were captured, it would be very bad. Not only that, but they also abuse and loss of dignity. So they made a very difficult decision. Instead of being captured, they jumped from the mountain altogether and all died. It is a very sad story, but at the same time, it is a powerful one as well. Because it shows courage. The girls choose dignity instead of fear. Even when they had no good choice, they still made their own decision. Today, that place is called Chil Dukhtaran, means 14 girls, to remember them. This story reminds us that people can be very strong even in the most difficult situation. In recent years, Hazara community have been repeatedly attacked by the Taliban, ISIS-K, Haqqani networks, and other extremist net groups. Many attacks happen in the civilian places, like school, mosque, hospitals, sports clubs, even in the marriage gathering. These are not random events. They show a pattern. For example, in 2020, a maternity hospital in Dasht-e-Barchi in Kabul, Kabul is the capital of Afghanistan, was attacked. Many mothers, newborn babies, and healthcare workers were killed and injured. In May 2021, a school in the same area was attacked. Students, mostly young Hazara girls, were leaving school when the explosion happened. Many were killed and injured. In 2022, the educational center that's called Kaj was attacked during an exam. A suicide bomber entered and killed many young students, Hazara young students. Again, most of them young girls. All this happened in the area where Hazara is living. These are the placed school, hospital, and public area. These are the place that should be safe for the people. But for many Hazara family, they are not. It affect their daily life, whether to send their children to school, whether to go to the hospital, whether to feel safe. So now, you may ask me why Hazara are targeted, why those groups were targeting Hazaras. What is the reason? There are several reasons, but the main one is their ethnic identity. Their race as Hazara put them at severe risk because Hazaras are a distinct group that's easier to identify. Second, the long history of marginalization. We just discussed about the 19th century. And then the violence and dispossession of the 19th century create structural inequalities that limited access to power, resources, and protection. And many these inequalities persist for Hazara community. Third factor is the religion. Most of Hazaras are Shia Muslim. In Afghanistan, people are Muslim. Two branch, Shia Muslim, Sunni Muslim. So most of Hazara people are Shia Muslim. An extremist group target them because of their ideology. And finally, the fourth factor is lack of protection. Because the place that Hazaras are living, they do not have access to protection. There is lack of protection. It also put Hazaras in danger and at risk. So this violence is often deliberate and targeted and happen purposefully for Hazara. For many people, this is not just a history or analysis. It is personal. I want to share a personal experience with you. When the Taliban were in power in Afghanistan in 90s, like the first time when they were in power, in 1998, my husband, my mother, and I were traveling from one province to another province. I am from central part of Afghanistan, Ghazni, but grown up in Kabul. During the Taliban, I was in Ghazni. So we traveling from Ghazni to Kandahar. On the way, in the checkpoint, our bus was stopped. An armed Talib entered to the bus. The first question was that, is there any Hazara inside the bus? people, I mean the passenger, they respond no. And we treat only the Hazaras inside the bus. The armed Talib did not recognize my mother and I because we're burqas, but they easily recognized my husband. He took him off the bus and beat him severely. Whenever I close my eye, even today, I remember that time. It was very tough. And I was not the only case. Many Hazaras. We lost friends, family there on that way. This persecution is still going on. It is something many still have to live with their everyday life. I don't want to speak a lot. I want to end because I promised to be on time. But if I have the remaining time, I will be happy to answer any question. But I would like to end by honoring the victim of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda and all those we remember today. Thank you for listening. And I hope we can stand in solidarity with the vulnerable communities. Thank you.
We still have,
I have time. Great.
okay, we'll take them now. Anybody have any questions?
If so.
You have 6 minutes.
Oh, that is great. Wonderful. So
Anybody want to ask a question?
Yeah, please. I love to answer.
Introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Safari. I'm from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and listening to Hazara's stories. Anyone who doesn't know the history of Afghanistan, the only thing people can think is about extremism, fundamentalism that made the country to be fighting over and over. But you brought the identity crisis with the Hazaras. Does Afghanistan has tribes? Myself as an African and Congolese, we know tribes have violence. Has those been raised at national level that Hazara were specifically targeted and killing based on that ethnic identity, not the region, the Shia and Sunni Muslim identity? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. This is really a great question. Yes.
Speak in the microphone, please.
Oh, sorry. It's really a great question. Thank you for asking. Afghanistan is a diverse country. We have several ethnicity: Hazara, Pashtun, Tajik, Uzbek, Baluch, Nuristani, Kazakh. Even we have Hindu, Sikh. So there is many, many more. Nuristani. So we are a diverse community. Whenever I speak, I never say that all other ethnicity never face any challenges. Afghanistan is an in-conflict country. All Afghan nations have been suffering from violence. They even have been treated not in the way that all Afghan citizens should be. But what makes Hazaras different from other ethnicity, it is that Hazara were targeted purposefully because of their ethnicity. We do have Hazara, they're not Shia, they're Sunni. They also have been suffering from persecution, from discrimination, from violence. Several massacres happened in Afghanistan. One thing that I want to tell you that whenever we try to talk in Afghanistan that, hey, Hazara have been suffering from persecution, violence, and discrimination and genocide, other people, some of people, they said in Afghanistan that we should not talk about the past thing because it affects our national unity. My understanding is not. We want to strengthen our national unity. We need to listen to the victim and we need to see their pain. We should recognize them and that help us reconciliation. That help us to strengthen the national unity even stronger, stronger, stronger. All Afghan people, they faced like crime against humanity, not genocide, not massacre. But in the school, why the attacker attacked the school? Because girls, Hazara girls study there. Why hospital have been attacked? Because it is located in Hazara community. Hazaras has been beheaded, even small children beheaded, women beheaded, men beheaded. So my request is from all Afghan is that let's stand together, fight against injustice together. Let's say no to discrimination. We are one nation, and we all from Afghanistan. I hope I answer your question. If not,
That's a great answer. Okay, we have a minute and a half. Go ahead.
Very quickly, I'm very original from DRC. My question is, what do you have in Afghanistan that creates all of these problems? When I go way back in the 80s, there was a problem between the former Soviet Union and the United States, playing in Afghanistan. Do you have minerals? Do you have oil? What is it that's creating this thing right in Afghanistan?
If we have the time.
sir, with respect,
Just worked out.
can I do not answer this question? Because I am trying to answer how Hazara community has been suffering, how other Afghans have been suffering, how women and girls have been suffering in Afghanistan. But let's be away from politics right now. Because I put my heart, my diplomatic heart, like aside since December 2020. Apologize for that.
Thank you. All right, we've run out of time and we have our next speaker. Hold your question.
Again, thank you.
We'll have time at the end, I think. This is Andrea Barron. She's going to talk about sexual violence against women during the genocide in Rwanda. She'll have her 20 minutes. And if she takes less time to speak, then we'll open for questions or we'll take the questions at the end. And thank you again for everyone being here. It's all up to you.
Thank you. First thing I want to do is just tell you a little bit about TASK. Some of you have been here before. TASK is the Torture, Abolition, and Survivors Support Coalition. And we are a nonprofit located in Washington, D.C. And we work with survivors of torture from all over the world, mostly from Africa, but we also have survivors from a few other countries also. We provide social services, employment counseling, legal aid, and I do the advocacy for TASK survivors when we visit Congress and we talk about human rights abuses in the countries that they're from. But I want to begin by thanking Medina, because I could tell, because I'm used to working with torture survivors, how difficult it was for her to share what happened to her husband. I watched her face, I saw the expression on her face, and I understand exactly how difficult it was for her. And it's courageous people like her that expose torture and other horrendous human rights abuses.
Finish 6 minutes early.
Okay, so today I'm going to be speaking about mass rape in Rwanda during the genocide and what that means for prosecuting rape during armed conflict as an instrument of torture to persecute women who stand up against repressive governments. In March, I was invited to speak on a parallel panel at the UN Commission on the Status of Women 70th session. This event is held every year to celebrate International Women's Day on March 8th. And one of the things I talked about is how there needs to be more discussion on rape as a method of torture by government agents against individual women who are opposed to their own autocratic government. So I gave one story from one of the torture survivors that I worked with. I haven't gotten to mass rape yet in Rwanda. Right now, I'm talking about cases of individual women who were opposed to their government or deemed to be opposed to their government. So I shared a story about an Eritrean woman now living in New York City. She was not a dissident. She just happened to be on a plane talking to another Eritrean woman about a boat accident where 300 Eritreans had drowned. I'm sure many of you have heard about thousands of Eritreans fleeing their country on their way to Europe and drowning in the Mediterranean. So she was just talking about this on the plane. Then she got home, she heard a knock on the door. It was a policeman. She was arrested and taken to a police station. A man called Major played a tape of her criticizing the government on the plane. It turns out that her seatmate on the plane, who she was sharing what happened, was a female spy who recorded everything she said. She couldn't deny that these were her words because the major is playing what she said, and she's not a political dissident. She's just talking. So the major threw her on a table, held a gun to her head, and raped her. He told her not to make a sound if she wanted to stay alive. The assault was extremely painful because she also had been subjected to female genital mutilation, or FGM, very common in Eritrea. No access to justice for her in Eritrea. She did get a type of justice when she was granted asylum in the United States in New York City. After speaking on the morning panel, I went to see an incredible exhibit inside the main UN building on conflict-related sexual violence. The exhibit highlighted cases where perpetrators of rape and those that organized mass rape were tried, convicted, and imprisoned. The exhibit covered mass rapes and convictions in Guatemala, Cambodia, Iraq, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and other countries. But the panel on Rwanda was especially important and stood out for me, and that's when Mary said if I wanted to speak today, this is what I wanted to talk about. Why? Because the International Tribunal on Rwanda was the very first time that mass rape was recognized as a component of genocide. And the very first time an individual was prosecuted and imprisoned for overseeing mass rape, which was classified as a crime against humanity. Just to make it clear, crimes against, everyone knows what genocide is. The intention to destroy a population in part or in whole. Crimes against humanity are mass systematic atrocities carried out against civilians. It can be mass murder, can be mass rape, can be mass injuries, systematic. The key word are two key words for crimes against humanity: systematic, organized, and against civilians. Those are crimes against humanity. So the man's name was Jean-Paul Akayesu. He was the mayor of Taba, a town west of Kigali, the capital of Rwanda. He was a teacher, a father of 5 children, a well-respected man, somebody that was seen as a person with high morals. But during the genocide, he decided he would side with the Interahamwe, the Hutu militia leading the genocide. He was not only complicit while extremist Hutu mobs killed Tutsis and raped Tutsi women, he encouraged them. He seemed, this part is really important, he seemed like an ordinary man, not a monster, the kind of person that the famous German Jewish philosopher Hannah Arendt was thinking about when she spoke about the banality of evil, or how ordinary evil can be during the Nazi Holocaust. She was talking about how ordinary people, not sadistic monsters, could be guilty of the most horrendous crimes. Jean-Paul Akayesu was not a Jeffrey Epstein kind of a guy. He seemed like a normal man. He had 5 children. He was a teacher, but he ended up encouraging mass rape in Rwanda. So that is really frightening for us to imagine what can happen to ordinary people under certain circumstances. Tutsi women, as women, were targeted right from the beginning by the Hutu power forces. In fact, the first of the so-called 10 commandments of Hutu power was about women. This is what the first commandment said, quote, "Every Hutu should know that a Tutsi woman, whoever she is, works for the interest of her Tutsi ethnic group. As a result, we shall consider a traitor any Hutu who marries a Tutsi woman, employs a Tutsi woman as a concubine, employs a Tutsi woman as a secretary, or takes her under protection." That's commandment number 1. During the Rwanda genocide, where 800,000 to 1 million Tutsis and moderate Hutus were slaughtered, the UN estimated that as many as 250,000 women were raped, and some men too. In fact, I want to mention a book titled The Men Who Killed Me by Anne-Marie de Brouwer and Sandra True in 2009, which has the testimonies of women and also one man who were raped during the genocide. An estimated 20,000 children were born from these rapes. Many of the rape victims were infected with HIV, a deliberate strategy used by Hutu power to destroy the female Tutsi population. This is one reason why mass rape during the Rwanda genocide is a component of genocide, because genocide is defined as an intent to destroy, in part or in whole, an ethnic group. In this case, rape was used to destroy women and future sexual partners of these women who also could get infected with HIV, and their children. So this is the early 1990s when everybody who got infected from HIV ended up getting AIDS and dying, not like now. Akayesu was convicted in September 1998 by the International Court because 3 Tutsi rape survivors from Taba were willing to show their faces and testify against them. So this is what I handed out to you, the handout. This is one of the 3 women who testified, and she said, "I decided to testify against John Paul Akayesu so his crimes would become notorious in the eyes of the entire world." And here he is. That's him. He's the one who was convicted of genocide and crimes against humanity. I took this from PBS NewsHour website that was published on December 4th, 2016. So that was Victoria Mukambanda who said that. There are outstanding lawyers who work to bring about this conviction. And this is, for me, very important because I work with torture survivors. Without the participation of these 3 female torture survivors, there never would have been a conviction. One of the women who testified was only 17 at the time she was raped. Today, Akayesu is serving a life sentence in Mali. Other international tribunals held after this one paid more attention to mass rapes during wartime because of the Rwanda tribunal. This is why mass rapes were prosecuted in tribunals following mass atrocities in the former Yugoslavia, where there were rape camps for Bosnian Muslim women. In closing, what I took away from the panel at the UN and the research I did for today's talk: 1, survivors are not just victims. They are part of the process to hold perpetrators of torture, mass rape, and genocide accountable, to punish the perpetrators for what they did. Without the 3 survivors, including Victoire, who testified against Akayesu, he never would have been convicted of crimes against humanity. Number 2, there have been other perpetrators held accountable for rape, whether it is in a genocide, crime against humanity, rape against individual political women, or ordinary women and girls like the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. We have to work much harder at the international, national, and local level to arrest and prosecute and imprison them. Thank you.
Okay. All right, to stay on time, we're going to go ahead to the 3rd speaker, and then we'll come back and take questions. This is Boli Gai Deng, who is our Darfur massacre and the current war in Sudan speaker. And just give about a minute background and
Good, thanks.
20 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Bolgai Deng, currently candidate for president of South Sudan. Just to let you know a little bit background. As a young boy born in South Sudan, I was kidnapped as a young boy in 1987, taken to slavery Most of you do not know where the slavery still exists in Africa, in Sudan in particular. Survive, escape. Thank God I made it to the United States through the Catholic Charity in 1999. To give you a little bit overview about the Sudan, and then I will go for Darfur and then what's going on right now in Sudan. Sudan, for most of you do not know, Sudan has been a country that has the longest war in Africa since 1956, as soon as it got independence. And that war has been the longest. Many people killed. South Sudanese fought back. In the first war in 1955, it lasted in 1972, Addis Ababa Agreement that lost about 1.5 million. And then the war picked up again. In 1983, we lost about 2.5 million South Sudanese. In 2011, South Sudan broke away to become independent as the new youngest nation in the world. And to give you a little bit of overview about the Sudan problems, Sudan was actually captured by elites who describe themselves as Arabs and Muslims, minority, who are 15% of the Sudanese population, and define Sudan as Arab and Islamic states. That the many Sudanese resist the idea that Sudan belongs to all of us, the indigenous, the immigrants who define themselves as Arab are welcome, but there's no way that we can live as one Arab state because Sudan has Africans, indigenous. That have been the challenge because the elite in the north did not accept that. They won a brutal war against an Africa that tried to reject the idea. And that is the case of Darfur in 2003, when Darfur very much requests the economic equality to become a problem. Because Darfur is a land very much have a population of Africans, 100% Muslim, but the Africans, Muslim, who believe that the African, the Black Africans, who reject the idea that Sudan should be in Arab states. And Umar al-Bashir have organized the Janjaweeds in 2003 to go after Darfurians and kill 200,000 to 300,000 from 2003 to 2005 and 2008. Many, 9,000 women in Darfur have been raped by the Janjaweeds. That is the crisis. 2.5 million that was displaced internally in Darfur. And many thousand flee to Chad, a neighbor country. And Darfurs have been discriminated because the African who deny that Sudan should not be an Arab state, Sudan should belong to all of us, it should be a diverse for all of us, and that became a big problem. And that war that went on from 2023 all the way to 2019 when Umar al-Bashir, it was actually forced out by the public uprising. The Sudanese come together and unite and said we need to support the Darfurian problem and to make sure that Umar cannot be a president of the Sudan. And actually the will of Sudanese, they come together demanding democracy, that Sudan be democratic, not world Islamic view, but should be a democratic world view. And they did their best. And they scored out Umar al-Bashir. Umar also, somebody also was very much accused of war crime against humanity by the UN and the United Nations. Very much realized that he had no chance but to surrender to ICC, which he did not. And it goes back to the State Department during the Colin Powell time that genocide was committed during the late Colin Powell. It was committed in Sudan, which Umar al-Bashir rejected. And for the fault of the Sudanese people, forcing Umar al-Bashir out, the actually freedom of the Sudan have been hijacked by the two generals. Reason why are fighting each other now. Hijack the movement of the Sudanese people and pretend to be for the people of Sudan, which is not true. The same two generals today who are fighting each other are the same general that will actually commit genocide in Darfur in 2003. So they cannot be trusted. But unfortunately, they actually hijacked the freedom of people of Sudan. They went to war, now they're fighting one another. Today, we have about 150,000 Sudanese who die because of that in that war. We have about actually 11 million who are displaced internally right now in Sudan. We have about 33.7 million who are in humanitarian need right now in Sudan. Cannot afford to have a food in the table. And that is the situation where Sudan is going on. They have been bombarded. The hospital have been bombarded through the drones by both sides. Neither one is for the Darfurian people, whether the current regime military, which actually have been defined as the Muslim Brotherhood military, basically. Sudan military is not a professional as the world see, as Africans see. Sudan military is a form of Islamic organization worldview that see world in Islamic view and radical view. That women cannot go to the street in Sudan, at least have to be followed by a man. That is the view of the Muslim Brotherhood of Sudanese military that who is leading the Sudan today to the war. The same thing Hamiltonian, which on the other side, see himself also as an Arab nomad, which is actually have opposed that is not true Arab, but he claimed to be an Arab. And he's killing, have a right to kill the African black Darfurian. That is the situation we are in today. And I'm here to let you know that we need to ask ourselves, what can we do for the Sudanese people? Sudan had been in war for too long. So Sudan broke away for that case. That's why we have two Sudan today, South Sudan and Sudan. But the people actually right now in Sudan, they still also realize that the Sudan they're living in today is not worth it for them to become a Sudanese. They need to break away as well. Because the Muslim Brotherhood ideology do not allow these people to be free, meaning that they have been marginalized, education, health, clean water is not provided, and that they realize that it's not worth it to live in Sudan, and we need to break away. So the most genocide are taking place in Darfur, southern Blue Nile, southern Nuba Mountains, which are very much populated by the African indigenous people, who just want a Sudan that equal to everybody. So my message to the world and to the African Union is that Sudan, these two generals, they should not be allowed to fight each other. They have to be brought to the table to sign a peace and let the Sudanese go for free and fair election. That the people of the Sudan need to decide who they should lead them. And I also believe that the civilian leadership needed in Sudan right now. And that's what world should focus on, not only humanitarian food and medicine, but they need also to have free and fair elections in that country. And these two generals who have Islamic worldview, they should not be allowed to actually destabilize the people of Sudan, the women and children. And that is my message for all of you. And I believe that to this moment, in our side, and I believe the IGAD members, which is actually the Kenya, Ethiopia, and Uganda, and many others, and DRC, they should lead the African Union for this aspect. And the South Sudan, because if South Sudan do not have a weak leadership as today, South Sudan is supposed to lead what is going on in Sudan. Because South Sudan have a culture of the same people that they broke away from in 2011. They know what they can do. And what we could do as South Sudanese is to demand free and fair election in that country so the people of Sudan can be free from Islamic ideology. And that is my message for you guys. And also, I will conclude to say that when I was actually in the social media watching one of the Sudanese, a disabled man, who was living in the street in Khartoum. No one can carry him to leave the town. Everybody left. And then the soldier come and surrender him and ask him, what side are you in? the disabled man said, I cannot walk. No one can carry me to leave. And he said, I'm not in either side. And then the soldier asked him again and said, so what is your opinion? What's going on in Sudan? The young disabled man said, can I tell you my opinion? He said, yes. He said, if in my position now as a disabled, I would say that Sudan should be dissolved so we cannot have a country called Sudan in the first place.
Oh my God.
And the people of the Sudanese people, they should be given document to leave wherever you want to go to France, wherever you want to go to US, wherever you want to go to Germany, wherever you want to go to Africa, other African countries should go. And Sudan should be dissolved so we could not have something called Sudan. Because we are tired being Sudanese. We are tired. And then the soldier asked him and said, okay, if we give you a document, where are you going to go? Where would you like to go? He said, if I got my document, I would like to go to America. And the soldier asked him, why will you decide to go to America? He said, America is a land of freedom. And the question I asked myself, how did the disabled man who cannot walk in the street of Khartoum, who today became a ghost town, know that America is a land of freedom and he want to come to America? He would get a chance. I want to let you know that, unfortunately, we're in America. When I came a couple of years ago, and today, I'm not going to say that I'm lucky, but I said I am blessed to be here in this country. I'm going to have more fellow human beings. Thank you. May God bless you.
Okay, we have about 15 minutes left for questions, Q&A among the three speakers.
Sam, the two of us have to leave at 2 o'clock.
We have to, well,
2 o'clock.
that's okay.
Yes.
You can leave. Anyway, any questions? Go ahead.
Yes, my question, Andrea. You talk about the mass rape that's part of the genocide, and you brought specifically the case of Jean-Paul Akayesu, who as a noble man, and speaking aloud myself, Akayesu definitely even the name should really give hope, because it has Jesus in his name.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really?
So you understand, you talk about that nice.
Yeah, yes, do. Yeah, I
There's
hear it.
Jesus in his name.
I hear it.
But
Wow.
it's how the devil also uses
Isn't that, thank you.
such people. And my question is, that was then 1998, the International Tribunal sentenced Akayesu. Today, 30 years after, 32 Kwibuka, the genocide in Tutsi, the genocide dialogue is still going on. How that ideology of mass rape, or you talk about the 10 Commandments and the first commandment about women, how can that be addressed with the case of Akayesu in the current situation in eastern part of Congo, where mass rape also happened, but also that ideology is still going on?
So I'm going to tell you that I asked that question.
Thank you.
I asked that question when I was at the UN to people. So there were a whole variety of different events. I was at what they call a parallel side event. It's not like my friends thought I spoke before the General Assembly. It was a small side event. More important events held by missions, like the Canadian mission to the UN, the Danish mission to the UN, with ambassadors. And I asked that same question that you did. And I didn't really get very good answers, to be honest. I heard things like, well, we have to begin with education with children and we have to eliminate bigotry and so forth. Then I heard other people talk about, who were lawyers, that we have to use laws. I thought that the best examples, the best answers were laws that can punish people who commit rape or any other crime like the Jeffrey Epstein, people complicit are not being punished in this country. They're not, right?
Yep.
They're not. Some of them lost, they lost their jobs. They resigned positions in the universities, but they're not being punished. And so to me, that was my opinion, but I asked exactly the same question. There have to be strong laws to punish people for their crimes. And the other thing is that I don't know, I mean, I know during the Syrian civil war, okay, there was a group called the Syrian Observatory in London, something like that. And they were carrying out, documenting all of these horrendous crimes of people that were being killed in the Syrian jails. I don't know if there's going to be a Syrian tribunal at one point to hold people accountable. I don't know if someone in the DRC is documenting some of the crimes being carried out, and if those people are doing a good job documenting it, and one day there can be a tribunal holding them accountable. The whole thing, to be very honest with you, it's very depressing. Because you're looking at all these cases. I mean, there was one case, for example, in Guatemala that I had never heard of, about indigenous women in Guatemala. There were 200,000 people killed in the civil war in Guatemala in, I think it was 76 to early 80s. And there were mass rapes. But I didn't know that there were indigenous women, just like those 3 Rwandan women who testified at a tribunal, and that there were at least 2 colonels that were held accountable. It's not very many. It's not enough. And the same thing, but I just believe it makes you kind of feel powerless. But as powerless as you feel, I still think, and I hope there are people documenting about all the atrocities in DRC and push for some kind of tribunal that will take place and hold some people accountable.
One factor to add on that, Akayesu 10 Commandments, dated in 1959. On December 25th, 2025. You see how the gap is?
Yeah.
That commandment, first commandment, was broadcasted on Congolese television by the Congolese army spokesperson. Exactly. The Tutsi women should not be trusted.
Really?
Yes, it's documented. Congolese television, the Congolese National Army spokesperson on December 27, 2025. That same first commandment of Hutu by a Congolese spokesperson, General Sylvain Ekenge. We raised up that issue. This is the genocide ideology taking place on national television at the RTRM in Rwanda in 1993-94. What they did, the government of Congo suspended General Ekenge as spokesperson, never been prosecuted. That's the general ideology from 59, 10 Commandment, 67 years after, it has been broadcasted on Congolese national television. That's it today. Thank you.
Yeah, so we should define, sorry, Eric Walcott.
Hi, Eric. I met you last year and the year before.
We got 3 minutes for you two to leave at 2 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Sam.
So I'm the co-moderator.
Go ahead.
And so, first of all, thank you all panelists for your very heart-wrenching in some ways. When I hear in terms of what is taking place in Afghanistan, what is taking place in Syria, what has taken place in Sudan, when I hear, for example, of the experience of our speaker saying that he actually was kidnapped and had the experience of trauma of being a child slave, and that slavery still exists, from someone from the West with origins from the Caribbean, knowing the type of deep history that we have. I remember Susan Rice saying, never again on my watch would there be this type of genocide. But it has happened on just about everyone's watch.
That's right.
And we all feel as somewhat complicit in participating in something that we know isn't right, but trying to figure out what is behind it. What is the genesis behind it, right?
Yeah.
And we talk about the tribalism, ethnicity, we talk about competition for resources. So the question I want to ask to all three of you, just from your perspective, in very short and brief, is, they say it in French, c'est quoi le noyau? What is the, what exactly you think fuels this type of behavior. And now you only have about 30 seconds to answer.
She can go and I can go, and then he can give you a longer answer.
Well, you got 2 minutes left.
With the
My dear.
indulgence of
Adina, you go ahead.
I'm worried on this one, please, yeah.
I will say with lack of protection and do not recognizing the systematic persecution and violence is going on. And I want to add that the government or the authorities in Afghanistan, even they were not willing to tackle with that, or they are not able to.
So you're asking about the origin of hatred. That's really what you're asking about, I think, right? You are. You're
That's your interpretation of that
well,
question.
and then the question is, how does that hatred, which exists everywhere in every society, how does it get elevated and used systematically? And then again, going through the various stages, like you talked about, the various stages of individual hatred to systematic hatred to hatred sponsored and supported by a government. It goes up all those different steps. So I don't think we're gonna eliminate hatred, but we just have to do whatever we possibly can to reduce it and also prevent its dispersion. It's kind of dangerous now because of social media. You know, I mean, I love social media because I can ask WhatsApp how to get from here to here, and I have a terrible sense of direction. And I communicate with everybody in Africa on WhatsApp. However, look at how dangerous it can be because you can have one evil person spreading their evil ideology and you have to stop it. And I think you have to be tough to fight hatred from the very, very beginning all the way up. And then you have to make sure governments don't use it systematically. We have to leave.
And
then
then my
No, they need to leave. Go ahead, we'll give you your time.
sorry, I have one word,
Yeah.
final
Go ahead.
word. Let's stand together and keep our
Let's get one
strength and
photograph.
solidarity.
The photographer.
Oh,
I'm sorry, this is my pocket.
Yeah, Barry, you have to come up.
Want me to hold that? Want me to hold that, Mary?
Yes, that'll be good.
Here, I can hold that if you want.
okay.
No, okay. Thank you.
Great.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you, thank you.
Are you taking over now?
Yeah.
I'll just tell you where I'm going. So I am going to the embassy of Uganda to
So,
try
let me
now,
interrupt you.
to try to convince them to accept an Eritrean who is about to get deported. That's where I'm going.
Thank you, good luck.
Who knows?
Good luck.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. You have a tough road in Afghanistan, because these 20 women that we are having,
Sorry, so the question to you.
Yeah.
they are incredible.
You guys take it off.
They are so positive, we don't have any way to do.
Yeah, take it out. Yeah. So go ahead, the floor is yours, for a few minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, what's going on in Africa, basically?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You could take your, take.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
The microphone is on. Okay, it's on. Hello. Yes. In the case of Sudan.
How much time we have before us?
Yeah, in the case of Sudan, actually.
Go ahead, he's answering the question.
Yes.
The speaker, the respect, and
Okay.
sometimes I don't like the way we
Yeah.
allow for questions after each talk, because the last one always is, but go ahead, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Part of the reason in Sudan, actually, very much Sudan.
Yeah.
Part of the reason why Sudan is still at war is resisting those who have been resist slave and those who want to slave Africans. Is the major issue. By the way, Sudan is a pro-slavery country. And Sudan itself, as a name, the land of the slave.
No, but why?
Not
But why?
technically.
Tell us why. We know that it is, but why
Yes.
is it that way?
Because actually, the Sudanese, they're benefiting
Yes.
from slavery, economically, with a part of it economical in Sudan, and been going on.
Who's the
before
payer?
being independent.
Who's the payer?
Who's the payer?
Yeah, who's the puppeteer behind it all?
Well, are the Sudanese government are behind this, taking a slave. Sometimes they use them domestic.
Mm.
Some of them ship them through North Africa.
Mm.
Now today they make it a little bit attractive to call it human trafficking,
Mm.
but it's still slavery. And I can mention some countries right now whose slavery still exists. Mauritania is one of them.
Wow.
Slavery still exists in Mauritania. Libya today still practices slavery.
Mm.
Just yesterday, the government of Ethiopia arrests the slave hunters who call themselves the human traffickers.
Wow. Wow.
More than 3,000 Africans from Kenya, Sudan, Eritrea, Djibouti, and Ugandan, they've been kidnapped, taken to Libya in the warehouse. And most of them die because the human harvesting kidneys on the black markets. Okay? That what just yesterday, Ethiopia government released this 3,000 were kidnapped, deceived that they will be taken to Europe as soon as they get there. In the case of Sudan, when I was kidnapped, when I was taken slavery,
Yeah.
I had to leave with more than 7,000 kids with me in the journey.
Wow.
Then I ended up being sold to the wealthy Arab men.
Mhm.
Okay? And most of our sisters who were there, they were actually married to the masters so they can have babies.
Indeed. Indeed.
So that's the fact.
Well-
But the government of Sudan is benefit from that.
I will have to thank you very much. And I think that, you know, we appreciate your remarks and I hope you stay around, but because there are some people that
Yeah.
may want to connect with you. I see a few people around there that I know that this speaks to their heart. And I think part of it is that we stopped talking, you know, we stopped talking, so we got to do more. Appreciate you. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna get on panel number 2 very quickly. We've been very generous in the panel 1. And we're gonna try to get to the order of business. Panel 2 is African history, our communications, and other current conflict hotspots. With us in panel 2, we'll have Professor Safari Mongyaru Gendo, excuse me.
Merci beaucoup.
From the DRC. I will introduce him properly in a minute. And we also have Ms. Sandra Agatha. I'm going to say Ms. Yuri.
Repeat. Yes,
Wiringiyimana. Ah, okay. Yuri Ringiyimana.
There you go. There's a God
She's going to be
inside.
sharing, she's sharing a history why she chose to use it for advocacy in schools and in the community. And last, we will have Ms. Abigail Pesta, an account of the book they wrote together and why she was compelled to write that story. So this is a wonderful panel. I look forward to hearing myself, the remarks of all of the speakers. Let me just kindly say that I will introduce the panelists, and I'm gonna probably ask one of my colleagues to step in for me, only because I have a pressing matter that I have to be at for 2:30, just virtually. So Mary, you're gonna, but I see one of my good brothers, 2 of my good brothers that can step in. You guys tell me which one could step in. All you will pretty much do is let it roll, essentially, okay? So Safari Muyarugendo was born and raised in his home in Rushuru territory in the province of North Kivu in the DRC. In 1983, as an educator in Goma, he had the privilege to teach about the history of his home county, as well as the home country, as well as the African history in general, through oral traditions that were shared by elders in the community. In 1980, after his undergraduate studies in Kinshasa, he worked in both private and government sectors until he fled his native country, Congo, in November 1996, due to minority ethnic identity targets that were not paid attention to by the government. In 1993, after the first civil war, he was established back in Goma, working in the private sector and actively participating in the promotion of interculture activities and interdialogue across all the ethnic groups in Goma, North Kivu. So please join me in welcoming our speaker, Mr. Safari. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, brother, how are you?
Wonderful.
How many minutes do I have?
10 minutes.
20.
Be nice, come on.
We are behind schedule. Just do your best.
Okay. Okay, 20 minutes I can manage. Okay.
Yeah.
You can't teach history and just be able to give 10 minutes. So, I think my student can also claim more time, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate. Thank you for your introductions. It's my second time joining this event. I was here last year on April 12th on Kwibuka 31st, 31, remembering the genocide against the Tutsi that was committed in 1994 in Rwanda. So this is my second time. As I present myself, I'm from Congo, from the province of North Kivu. And I had a chance to really learn about my history, the history of my country, the history of the region. And as I grew up, I learned about the history of the whole continent and the world as well. Being in America and an American, I really cherish to share what I know about Africa and mostly about my personal story. And today, remembering the genocide against the Tutsi. At the same time, in this April of this year, we remember also the Holocaust, the genocide against the Jews that happened during World War II. And these two events bring us together to reflect genocide, why genocide happened. As the presenter said, I will share exactly what Congo today versus what Congo back in days. I will be very brief, but give the full picture of what represents Congo back in days. The same way my parents, grandparents, and great-great were born in the same village I was born in 1960s. This is the Congo I lived in until the independence. My parents found themselves being labeled as people from outside. Congo is the second largest country in Africa, has 450 ethnic groups, tribes. You don't believe how within 450 ethnic groups, today in Congo, we can talk about a genocide, ongoing genocide against one single group, the Tutsi in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And that's the journey I'm going to bring you in from 60s to today. 1960, Congo, as well as other countries, got the independence. The one from Congo was not the easiest one. I think Dr. Samuel, when he was talking about Congo, we shared about the past, the colonial time, when King Leopold II, after him, the Kingdom of Belgium, the King of Belgium got the possession of Congo as a country, but the event that made Congo to be independent was bloody. The entire ethnic tension conflict started in the 1960s. We are from East, province of North Kivu, province South Kivu. We are far east of Congo, 2,000 kilometers apart from the capital city in Kinshasa. So the story of Congo is a Congo divided into ethnic tension. I had my friend from Sudan talking about 1955, 56. civil war in Sudan. Same what happened in Congo in 1960s. South as well as the North, as the East, conflict arise. Secessions happened, but my focus would be those 450 tribes. What happened to them? This is what happened specifically to the eastern part of Congo. Minorities in Congo can be labeled in tens or hundreds. But how do we define a minority ethnic group? It's when exactly those ethnic groups start being targeted, discriminated, and really at the scale of finding themselves be the attention of an entire government. That's how minority become a reality. So in eastern part of Congo, 1960 to 1965, this is what happened in eastern part of Congo. That entire east, we have population that are part of the neighboring country. Rwanda was a kingdom from 12 centuries. That eastern part of Congo has those people from Rwandan culture. We have Tutsi and you have Hutu. Today we talk about Kwibuka, the genocide against the Tutsi. Now understand, I'm talking about the Tutsi from Congo. In 1965, from 1960 to 1965, a report from a US consular in Bukavu reported on October 29, 1965, after seeing what's happening in North Kivu as well as South Kivu. That consul from US was had his office in Bukavu, the province of Kivu, eastern part of Congo. His name is Andre Naves. He wrote, Banyarwanda Congolese in eastern part of Congo are being labeled as foreigners, invaders, infiltrators. They want to detach a portion of Congo to Rwanda. End of quote. That in 1965, an American council established in eastern part of Congo is seeing the entire national government, the provincial government, labeling those tribes, the Hutu and the Tutsi, being part of a project of detaching territories eastern of Congo to be part of Rwanda. But remember, in Rwanda, in 1959, we talk about Akayesu, 10 Commandments, was established in 1959. So some of Congolese leaders in 1960 were being fed by some ideology coming from Rwanda. That also the first Rwandan refugees fled and came to Congo. So we as Congolese living in eastern part of Congo, the province of Rutshuru, Masisi, those provinces going to South Kivu in the high mountain of Itombwe, where we find our brothers called Banyamulenge, all were labeled as people not belonging to Congo. We are in the 60s, 60 years ago. Imagine from 1965, now we are 2026. The same rhetoric is still going on today. As you hear the news today, we talk about people who do not belong to the country. It was that speech from the top official government to the speaker of the government to the speaker of the Congolese army spokesperson. Why that happened? Leadership matters. In Congo in the 1960s, Belgium played a big role. Divide to conquer. They divided Congolese. They made sure there is one part called Katanga with all resources where they can make a separate country. Secession happened. But Congolese came together in 1964, 65. They rebuilt the country, the unit, 65. We had like a period of grace with then President Mobutu, an Iron Man who wanted to bring Congo together. I think the whole Africa knew Mobutu. He brought Congolese together. We had a secured eastern part of Congo from 1965 to 1990s. 1990s, the same grain of division, hatred rised up. President Mobutu ceded to let that same labeling those population being foreigners. 1991, I was in Kinshasa. My elders who were elected in 1950s, in 1960s, member of the parliament, they were ejected, expelled from the national conference. Why? You are not really Congolese. We are 1991. They thought would be something to go away. Memorandum were sent to the high level, the President Mobutu. 1992, nothing changed. All the Tutsi, exclusively Tutsi, were expelled. We are in Congo, 1991, 92. 1993, in the provinces where we come from, North Kivu, South Kivu, villages were destroyed. Cattle were killed, burnt, and population killed. 1992, 1993. 1994, then a genocide happened in Rwanda against the Tutsi. That's where things changed drastically. The genociders, perpetrators came in our villages. In North Kivu, South Kivu, eastern part of Congo, get infested with the full ideology that came in at the time. When our parents saw those people, they knew. And the genociders said, oh, we find the same people. At the television, the message was the 10th commandment, the Tutsi need to be raped, they need to be killed, they need to be brought out, and then making that area clean of Tutsi the same way they did in Rwanda, they will do in the eastern part of Congo. And that's how we find ourselves being refugees. 1995, something was done to help making the world be aware of what will happen to Congo. If a portion of Congolese, a minority group, the Tutsi, the Banyamulenge being expelled, that will be creating something for the future generation that will not let Congo to be safe. In 1995, the national parliament enacted the law describing and asking all the Tutsi and the Banyamulenge being expelled out of Congo. That was April 1994. After that national parliament made the law, on July 10, 1995, Congolese Tutsi stayed together and say, if a full government decided to expel us out of Congo, meaning no one will live in this country no more, the elders conveyed us to a meeting in Kinshasa on July 10, 1995. A memorandum of 11 pages was sent to Secretary General at the UN here in New York. The memorandum was addressed to President Mobutu, asking him, don't let this law being put in action. We are part of Congo. We are the fabric of Congo. Keep us as Congolese as we have been together. We are not from Rwanda. The law is saying Tutsi and the Banyamulenge are not from this country. After the memorandum was sent, we never got any response from the government. I'm one of the witnesses who were part of that meeting and who signed on that memorandum of July 10, 1995. Then worse things happened. 1996, all Tutsi, all Banyamulenge expelled, were given 2 weeks, you are out of Congo, or they will be conveyed by force. And that's what happened. On November 1st, 1996, my personal story, I was in Kinshasa working, and My boss told me, we're not able to secure you. You and the other Tutsi take all the means, but we as a company, we are going to help you getting out of this country. That's how November 1st, I was exfiltrated out of Kinshasa, cross Congo River. I went to the other side of Brazzaville. That's how I became a refugee out of my home country, Congo. Today, 31 years after, refugees are still in camp in Rwanda, in Uganda, in Burundi, in Kenya, and we are here in the United States. 31 years after 1996, Congo has been in a mess. And that mess is based exactly on what was described: the hatred, discrimination, exclusion, and the use of division at the national level to make some people not belong to the country. Andrea, who is a Jew, spoke about mass rapes and gave an example. I want you to end with this one. Survivors, we hear survivors who came here after being exfiltrated and what they wrote. Andrea talked about the Rwandan genocider, Jean-Paul Akayesu, who used mass grave he was a mayor of a town. He used mass rape against women Tutsi. And using the 10 commandments that were labeled in 1959 by the Hutu in Rwanda. And then 1990, before the genocide against the Tutsi. As a Kwibuka to 32 against the Tutsi, genocide against the Tutsi. Akayesu was in 1990s. Today we are 2026. In Congo, the 10 Commandments has been put on public television. I'm saying it because it's an official. So, December 27, on national television in Kinshasa, the spokesman of the government, or the FARDC, the Congolese army, decided, stated this: the women Tutsi are dangerous to be spoused by another Congolese because they spy on behalf of their Tutsi ethnic group.
You're arrested in your last comments. You're in the comment section.
I still have 2 minutes, I think. I see.
You had 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Let me end over there. So that was against using women identity division to make what's going on today. And today, in my conclusion, I will ask to make Congo and to make all Congolese together. We need a leadership that does not divide, a leadership that unite, a leadership that bring all forces together. Today, Congolese need to keep a dialogue within all of them, with all the stakeholders. If all can be together, and we salute all the peace processes that are going on, we hope these processes with Washington Accord, with Doha process, peace accord, to bring the all Congolese together. And then we can see a Congo that can rise out of everything. Thank you very much for attention.
Going to use the timer.
Thank you, Professor Safari, for those wonderful words of context, historical context. We also have here Sandra Wigimana, trying, is a human rights activist and author of How Dare the Sun Rise. Sandra was born and raised in Congo until she was forced to flee due to the ongoing conflicts in 2004. Shortly after fleeing her home, Sandra survived massacre that claimed 166 lives, including her sisters. Since her family resettlement in New York in 2007, Sandra has fought hard to raise awareness about Gatumba massacre and call for justice. She has become a voice for women and girls, refugees, and immigrants. forgotten people like her tribe. Sandra, who works to ensure that no Congolese girl ever has to leave home in search of opportunity through activism. Today, Sandra works with resettlement organizations in New York and continues to use her platform to advocate for displaced people. Sandra's memoir, How the Dare Sunrise, HarperCollins, is available to purchase online. Sandra, please.
Thank you so much for having me. I will try to stay on time as I'm just here to share my personal story. As I said, my name is Sandra Uwiringiyimana. I was born and raised in Congo. My parents were born and raised in Congo. My grandparents were born and raised in Congo. As far back as I can trace my lineage, we are from Congo. However, growing up, I would hear things like, oh, angalia ule Mnyarwanda pale, which translates to look at that Rwandan over there. And at the time, I didn't even know what that meant. I had never been to Rwanda. My parents had never been to Rwanda. My grandparents had never been to Rwanda. So I didn't know why people would call me a Rwandese person. And it wasn't until I was a little older that I understood that it was because of our ethnic group and how we look. And for a child, that did not make any sense because everyone looks how they do. And I cannot do anything about the way that I look. It's not something that I can change. It's simply how I was born. So to be hated because of that did not really register in my mind. It did not make any sense. So I moved about my childhood normally. I had aspirations of growing up in my country. I wanted to be a journalist when I was younger. At no point did I ever think that I would be here in the United States, forced to live in a country so far away from my ancestors. Congo is the land of my ancestors, and it pains me deeply that I'm not allowed there. And for as long as I can remember, we've always had to prove our citizenship. My earliest memories are of my parents telling us how to behave in public, how to blend in as to not come off too Tutsi. They would tell us, try if you can to make your nose appear larger when you go. It sounds ridiculous, but that is exactly what they used to tell us in order to keep us safe. And as a child, I would simply follow the instructions of my parents. But our childhood was filled with turmoil because we would be forced to flee almost every year. I don't recall too many school years that I was able to attend from start to finish without interruption. But we continue to come back because it's our home and it is the only place we'd ever known. So from a young age, I remember we fled the country in the 90s when I was still a very, very young child. In 2000, we found ourselves again in Burundi, and then we came back again just to be forced to flee again a couple of years later. In 2004, we were told again by our neighbors. I remember I was already in school. It was a regular day in June. I went to school, and the next thing I knew was my parents saying, you know, we have to go. We must leave because every time tensions arise in Congo, we are not safe. Everybody else can stay. My classmates can stay and finish school, but we had to leave. And whenever we'd come back, no one was there to catch us up or to help us in any way. You simply had to figure out how to continue your education in the midst of being hunted. I didn't know that in 2004, when we left, it would be the last time I saw my home country. But something about it felt different because even before we were able to leave the country, we were ambushed. We were in a van. My father had gotten a van, and most of his children were in there. Two of my siblings were forced to flee separately because at the time the conflict broke out, they were at school far away, and we had no way to get to them. So they were forced to go in the whole plateaus to my grandparents' house. They were 14, and 16. And they were forced to make this journey of over 3 days by foot with no protection, no resources, but it was their only option of safety. Myself and my other siblings and my parents were headed to Burundi. It was the closest place to our town in Uvira where I grew up. Before we could even get to the border, we were ambushed by people we considered neighbors, people that my father had worked with, and other strangers who had barricaded the road and said that no Munyamulenge would go past. Our driver, unbeknownst to us, was in on it, and arrived at the barricade and left us in the car, took the keys and left. We started being harassed and abused in the car. They were shaking the car, taking the suitcases, snatching necklaces, rings, anything of value that they could see, because in their words, these were Congolese resources and we had no right to them. None of those things mattered to us. We simply wanted to get out of there with our lives. By the grace of God and luck, and I think divine intervention, a man who did not know us, who did not have any connection to my parents at all, showed up and asked why we were still standing there, because he said, "You're going to die if you stay here any longer." We said, "Well, our driver basically abandoned us and took the keys." This man went inside some business because we couldn't really see. There were people surrounding the entire van. He left, and a few minutes later came back with the keys. And he said, "Everybody keep your heads down. I will try to drive you out of here. And hopefully, because he was a Congolese man from another tribe, I don't know which one. He basically put his life on the line to get us out of there. And I'm eternally grateful for this man. And I really hope wherever he is, he's being blessed. But we had no other way of escaping. So he drove us out. We just put our heads down and hoped they wouldn't shoot up the van. Gladly, they did not, probably because they had one of their own in the car and they did not want to injure him. We saw ourselves out of Congo and into Burundi. By the time we got to the border, we had nothing. Any resources that my parents had brought had been stolen. So we were forced to go into a refugee camp. This was the first time in my life that I had ever lived in a refugee camp. I was very fortunate that all the other previous times we were displaced, my parents had the means to get us into town and, plug us into local school systems and, keep us safe in that way. But this time was very different because my parents could not do that. We found ourselves in a makeshift refugee camp that was being built as we arrived. It was about 45 minutes from the border in a place called Gatumba. Those who know the region know that area very well. We stayed in Gatumba for probably 2 months, about 2 months. It was some of the most hopeless time in my life. Anybody who's lived in a refugee camp can tell you just how hopeless it is. There's nothing, especially one that is not established. There's no school. There weren't even restrooms. Women would be forced to shower outside, out in the open with zero protection, children. We were just basically sitting ducks. And we lived like that for 2 months until the camp was attacked. So on August 13th of 2004, the camp was attacked by militia who came chanting in our own language of Kinyamlenge and Kirundi, Kinyarwanda, and Kiswahili. They were chanting that God had given them to us. Imana yabatugabiye were exactly the words they would use. They slaughtered people without caring whether it's a child, a man, or woman. And for context, no one in this refugee camp had a weapon to defend themselves. These were just civilians who wanted to stay safe from the war. We were supposed to be under UN protection. We were about 20 minutes away from a military camp or police station. And we had no idea how these people found us here and what they were looking for. We didn't have any resources. We didn't have anything to give them or for them to take. All they wanted was to see us suffer and was to kill Banyamulenge people. I'm gonna try not to go on for too long, but basically my family, we lost my sister, Deborah. I lost many friends, cousins, a lot of people that I grew up with. And it was through that massacre that we were granted asylum to come to the United States. After arriving to the United States, I realized that it was my responsibility to make sure that the world never forgets what happened in Gatumba, because the lives that were lost mattered. They may not matter on the global stage, but they matter to me. And I've made it my mission, it is my passion in life to eradicate hate of any kind, but especially that based on something you cannot control, like what you look like. Hopefully we will have time to discuss more, but I'm gonna stop here because I know my time is about to expire, and let our fellow panelists continue. Thank you. 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you for your courage, sharing your story. That moves us and hopefully will move a lot of people to action. So thank you. Next, we have Abigail Pesta, author and journalist. She is an award-winning writer who has lived and worked as journalist around the world, including New York, London, and Hong Kong. She's the author of Girls, an All-American Town, a Predatory Doctor, and the untold story of a gymnast who brought him down. A news-breaking account of the gymnast's sexual abuse case that galvanized athletes and the nation for justice. Why don't you share some words with us, please? Thank you.
So as you can see, Sandra is just a phenomenal person. And I had the honor of working with her on her memoir a few years ago. She wrote a book called How Dare the Sunrise, as she mentioned. It's labeled as a young adult memoir. The idea was for young readers to understand, well, a lot of things, but it's a book for all ages. And as Sandra will tell you, she's heard from people of all ages all over the world who were moved and who learned so much from her words. So if you haven't had a chance to read it, I hope you do. For Sandra to share her story, and that's why she wanted to do the book, was, well, for many reasons, but for one, to help people understand what it's like to come here as a refugee and what it's like to live through war and displacement and conflict, as a child, as a family, and be uprooted. And, she was plopped down in the middle of Rochester, New York, before she was a teenager, and what it's like to come to middle school in America and try to figure out where you fit in and who you are, and while still dealing with this incredible trauma of having she lost her baby sister in a horrific massacre it's just unthinkable. So I was so honored to work with her on this book. Sandra was in college at the time, and dealing with nightmares and flashbacks from her experience, and yet still determined to tell this story, not just to help people understand what it's like to be a refugee, but also, as she said, to tell the world what happened, because this massacre in Gatumba, it didn't make the global news. people don't know, and she wants people to know and, you know, to still try to get some kind of justice. There was no justice ever. And so, yeah, so I don't have a formal presentation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask away. But I just, you know, I just have to say, Sandra, thank you for having the courage and the heart to do what you do, because just even standing up here and telling her story today, it brings, you know, it brings back all that trauma. I'm getting emotional just thinking about it. Sandra's cool. But she's, you know, inside she's dealing with this, she's going back to that dark place and telling that story every time she tells it. So thank you. And working with Sandra on this book was such a learning experience for me. There's so much we just don't think about and we just take for granted here, you know. And that was the thing, I think a really powerful thing about the book too, was that kids in high school and college are reading it. And I know they've said to you, like, we never thought about these things before. You know, we just didn't think about what you'd gone through before you came here. And there are just so many powerful messages. And you know, I'll tell you, the first time I met Sandra, you were in high school, and she had done this photo exhibit with her brother. They were taking photos of survivors of the massacre who had resettled in America and telling their stories. And they were in a gallery in Rochester. And she had come to this giant conference in New York, the Women in the World Conference. It was at Lincoln Center. And she was talking about this project and her experience. And so she introduced Angelina Jolie to the crowd first before she spoke. And then she sat down with Charlie Rose and told this story. And I just remember being blown away. Like, here's a high school kid speaking to thousands of people at Lincoln Center. And not just that, but telling this deeply personal and deeply traumatic story. And, you know, she and I kept in touch over the years. And a few years later, we started talking about doing this book and how it was a way to reach young readers and readers of all ages and help them, just help build bridges, you know, among cultures and help people understand each other a little better. And every year I say this to her, this book could not be more timely and more important. And I say it again, you know, I just think, you know, what Sandra is doing is just trying to help people understand each other and telling her story, you know, and it's incredibly courageous and powerful. So if you have any questions, ask. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something, it's really emotional. I'm very sorry, Sandra, what happened to you, to parents in the world. I'm sorry. No. Yeah, I'm Gershon from DRC Congo too.
I think you need to speak in a mic.
Oh.
We can hear you.
Yeah, well, you can hear him, they can't hear him on the.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Gershon from DRC Congo. Yeah, it's really emotional to hear the story, what she told us. But something I want to mention is what she said is still happening until now. That's the biggest thing, you know. It's just one case. You feel emotional, right? It's emotional, but it's still happening almost everywhere in Eastern Congo. And what is happening to them, it's only just because they look like her. There's no reason, any reason. Because she looks like she is right there, people are dying. God, thank you to God, because they survive it. But other people, they are being killed just because they look as she looks right now. So, yeah, I'm a part of people who are fighting against those practices. I'm not Tutsi, but I'm Congolese. But, yeah, but we are fighting to make sure Congo is secure and everyone can feel free. And I really invite everyone. It's not easy, you know, it's not easy. But anyone who can do something, hundreds of people are being killed like that, burned, and people, they eat the body of Tutsi, and people are proud to eat the body of a Tutsi because a Tutsi in the public, and they can film that and they can post on social media. It's normal. And when you do that, you look like to be brave, brave man, brave woman who can eat a body of a Tutsi, you know? So that's what I just wanted to add to what she said. And I thank you for your attention. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
And the next panel is on pieces. So I would request that we list. Then after that, we'll get to qualifications. We have.
Yeah, sure.
Ample time in the evening. We are just going to have a very.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Thank you. Question after this?
We,
Huh?
the next panel, please.
Oh, the next panel?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Arthur, how you doing, buddy?
I thought I'd rather from you now, but you did.
Well, I gotta keep up with you. You keep avoiding me. I just don't know where you are. Are you still at the embassy? Okay, well, we don't see you, so. You need to be in your Rotary Club. You're missed. We're now at 165 or 68 members. Oh, we've added, I don't know, 20. Huh. Mary, how do you want us to kick off? Just start? Okay. All right. I'm kind of the backup moderator from time to time. This happened about 2-3 years ago. And I started on a Wednesday and they said I would be moderating one session and I ended up on Friday afternoon. And I think I did every panel, maybe one I did not do. So again, I'm Dr. Sam Hancock. It's wonderful being with you. Mary and I have become very good friends over these years. She's doing fantastic work on Watch Democracy Go. And yeah, round of applause. And also the new Marshall Plan for the African continent. Come on, stand up, take a bow. Come on, Mary, stand up. She tries to be very shy, but you know, she's really not that way. She's quite assertive, but she's wonderful. And so I'm going to defer to the other 3 speakers. I'll be speaking a short while about Pathway to Peace for 2030. This is a very practical, hands-on way to achieve peace on planet Earth. There is a tipping point of 10,000 communities, 40 million people, 0.5% of the world's population, to move the Earth from focus on war and conflict to peace. And this is a mathematical formula and has been evolving actually over the last about 100 years. So it's slow in coming, but we think it's going to have a real impact. And so anyway, I'm going to let these three gentlemen up here make sure I have the right panelists, author sitting right beside me. Can I let you go first? Okay. Author is a Rotarian. I'm a Rotarian. He was a member of our club. We are looking forward to having him back, Swami, and he's the Deputy Chief of Mission for the Embassy of Rwanda. And thank you for being here, talking about peace. And we have 4 very different perspectives, but all focused on peace. And I'm adding into that so that you know the orientation I'm coming from: sustainable development, positive peace, and supporting the environment. These are the 3 pillars of today. The 3 pillars of today. And if you look at the SDGs for the United Nations, you look at the 7 major areas of focus of Rotary International, which is one of the largest NGOs on the planet, 1.5 million members, 46,000 clubs, 200 countries and territories, and one of the founders of the UN, is that all of these come back to these 3 pillars. And I'm convinced that if we don't have this balance between the development, economic development, sustainable development, and supporting the environment, there is no peace. There's no way. Because if people can't feed themselves, they don't have water, they can't go to the bathroom, literally. Over 3 billion people have no place to go to the bathroom by actual numbers. And so we have to get all these things right at the same time. We have a finite, life force sitting in this room. And so we need to be busy about doing good in the world. So Arthur, we're going to start off with you. If you'll give about a minute introduction of yourself, and I will be timing. I know you love to speak. So
5 seconds enough for me. Introduce myself.
but anyway, we'll time and we'll have time for questions. Right, Mary? Q&A? Okay. Author.
So am I introducing myself or?
Just 1 minute. I've already basically given you an introduction, and then I have to introduce these 2 gentlemen.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sam. It's been a while. Thank you for moderating this, and happy to see you. So my name is Arthur Simwe. I am from Rwanda, not from the DRC. You might confuse me with people that we look alike, but we're from 2 different countries.
All very handsome.
And I'm the Deputy Ambassador of Rwanda to Washington, D.C. for the past 2.5 years. And I think whatever I'm going to be speaking to you about today
Peace.
is going to be easy because my colleagues from Congo, from the other side of the border, have given a very good background. So the rest is going to be just a walkover for me. Thank you. That's the introduction. Unless you want me to go ahead and...
Now you get to speak. 18 minutes.
Okay.
You can't get off that easy.
You want me to sit or stand?
You can stand at the dais. That'll be easier for the microphones and the cameras.
Diplomacy teaches us to be obedient, so I have no option but to be obedient. Now, to be honest with you, I don't know what I'm going to tell you about because much of the things you know, much of the things you've read, and much of the things you've heard from the people that I found here speaking. But I was told that I'm supposed to be talking about the Washington Peace Agreement between the DRC and Rwanda. And if at any one moment it's going to bring peace. But I think I will just begin by what the previous speakers that have spoken here before said. If you see me and the gentleman who was speaking Safari, or the gentleman next to him, or the lady who spoke, even the gentleman who made an intervention from the floor, there's hardly any difference between us. We come from the same region, we share the same culture, we share the same language, we share the same aspirations, but we're only made to be different by a line drawn by colonialists. Some guys went and sat in Berlin in 1885, and they said to draw a line that separated us apart. So in the morning, you woke up, you're Rwandan, your brother is Congolese. And unfortunately, our brothers who became Congolese have all those years never been accepted to be Congolese, legitimate Congolese, whose rights are respected, whose citizenship is guaranteed, and basically whose rights are respected. So that has been the source of the issues that we have in our part of Congo and Rwanda. And that has been the genesis of the conflict that we have. Far away from what you hear from the media that's about minerals and all sorts of things. It's an issue of people's rights that have been abused, people that have been killed, people that have been made stateless. This country is home to over 50,000 refugees from Congo, from the Tutsi ethnic Congos. You ask yourself, why are they here? Why aren't they home? They've all been, most of them spent so many years in camps in neighboring countries, in my country, Rwanda, and have just been picked from there and brought to US, to Canada, to Australia. And you ask yourself, why are these people refugees? Why have they been taken away from their homes and brought in these parts of the world as refugees? But the good news, hopefully, there's will to have peace, because this part of the world is tired of conflicts. All of us are tired of conflicts, especially my own country, Rwanda. We've made a lot of economic progress in our lives. Our people are stable. We've been stable for the last 32 years. And we've made a lot of investments in our infrastructure, investments in our social fabric, investments in our people. And the last thing we want to hear is war. We need peace. And that's what the leadership of President Kagame has been saying on and on and on. Congo is our biggest trading partner. A stable Congo is important Congo for us because it's a big market for us. We can't be the same people who want this huge market. We can't be the same people who have done these investments in our sectors, the same people who would want instability in the region. We really want a stable Congo because Congo is an important trading partner for us. But like the English say, it takes two to tango. You might want peace, but the other side is not interested in peace. It's a long story. Washington Accords were signed last year. And Washington Accords must be seen in three phases or in three parts. Number one is the peace agreement that was signed between Rwanda and the DRC. The peace agreement is about stopping the war that's going on in Eastern Congo. And the war that's going on in Eastern Congo can be stopped. Rwanda has legitimate security concerns that originate from Eastern Congo. The guys, this week we're commemorating 32 years after genocide. The guys that committed genocide fled and stayed in the Congo. And they're the ones who are even causing havoc and chaos and killing people that they found there, the ethnic Congolese Tutsis. These fellas have been there for the last 32 years, and they have been a source of instability for us. And they've been supported by the DRC government. And for us to have said, please, stop this. These fellas have to be disarmed, these fellas have to be repatriated, and these fellas should not be given any support. And the DRC agreed, they said they're going to do that. We have also had our own defensive measures because, like I told you, our economy has been growing, our people have been stable for the last 30 years. Rwanda is a very small country. We don't have any geographical depth to have a war inside Rwanda. And our society is still traumatized We don't want the sound of heavy weapons flying over. It will remind them of what happened in 32 years. Most of our people have forgotten what happened. People have had peace for these years. So we have had very strong defensive measures to ensure that no insecurity crosses into our borders. And that one, we have no apology about it, because we know the cost of instability to our people, to our economy. So whatever we do, we have to make sure that our country is safe and secure. So we've been having these discussions. How do we review our defensive measures? How does the Congo fight these rebel groups that are a threat to our security? And that Washington Accords has been about that. So we've agreed of some steps of what needs to be done. The Congolese side is supposed to be doing some things, disarming the FDLR group. As on our side, as Rwanda, we also review what we call our defensive measures that we put in place. So that's one part of the peace agreement. The other part of the peace agreement that is very important is out of Washington. It's in Doha. Now, because of what has been happening in the Middle East, I think it has been moved to Geneva, to Switzerland. And that's a very important part, which people have not really spoken about. It's supposed to be an inter-Congolese dialogue, because the political situation in Congo needs people to sit down around the table and discuss. It's not about M23 that you have had, that has been in the media. There's so many. Congo is home to over almost 100 plus rebel, 200 rebel groups. So there's an internal political issue that has to be discussed. You've heard about the former president, Joseph Kabila, who was sentenced to death. There's so many issues that need dialogue and discussion, and for them to come up with a political solution. And that's what the Doha process is laying ground for. We hope that Doha process can be given support. The Doha process is what will create a mechanism for the M23 rebellion to, stop, because it's addressed what needs to be done. How can they be integrated? How do you guarantee the peace and security of the people that are in that part of the Eastern Congo? So the Doha process is very important. And that's the second part of this whole process. So we have the Washington Peace Agreement between Rwanda and DRC. Then we have the Doha process, which is an internal Congolese dialogue. Then the other component is the economic agreement. And for me, which I think is very important and which will bring lasting peace to that part of the region. Because all along, the war is around the absence of economic livelihood for the people, the population. People don't have what to do. Like I told you, Eastern Congo is almost 200 miles from Kinshasa, completely linked from Kinshasa. There's no railway connection, there's no road network, there's no water connection. So for you to be able to connect from Goma to Kinshasa, you have to fly a 2-hour or so flight. So completely linked and almost neglected by the government in Kinshasa. So the economic agreement is about empowering the population in that part of the Eastern Congo. It's rich with minerals, for example. How do we transition from illegal mining, from artisanal mining to large-scale commercial mining? Commercial mining that will give jobs to people, that people pay, the companies pay taxes, make it more professional, and so that the governments can benefit, more jobs are created, and and with that kind of large-scale commercial mining, also other economic activities happen there. Support agriculture, support other sectors like healthcare, education, and all that. So the economic agreement lays a ground for transparent, productive, win-win economic activities that can be done between the eastern part of Congo and its neighbors. And one of the neighbors is Rwanda. And one of the areas we look at is tourism, for example. We are home to to one of the world's most endangered species, the mountain gorillas. We can do joint tourism projects that gives opportunity to so many people. We share a lake that is rich with methane gas. Rwanda has the technology in converting methane gas into electricity. We can help the Congolese so that Eastern Congo becomes powered. We share a river called Rusizi. Hydroelectricity can be generated there for the countries. The minerals in both areas, Rwanda and Congo. Congo has more minerals. How can we invest in refineries? How can we attract investments from America, from other parts of the world? People who are experienced in the area of mining to come and set up corporate, productive, professional mining companies and stop this illegal small-scale mining that is supporting so many rebel functions that are operating in Eastern Congo. So make it more professional. So the government of Congo benefits through taxes, through job creation. The government of Rwanda benefits through open, transparent, cross-border trade. So the economic agreement is also been there. Now the issue comes, and where I should stop from, it comes to what we call implementation. There is to sign these agreements, you sign them, you come to Washington, D.C., you sign, you agree. Now the biggest hurdle comes to implementation. And implementation only needs one thing: commitment and seriousness of the players. Are you serious what you've signed? I speak for my government. Whatever we agreed to do, we have done. The other side is still yet to show that they have done what they agreed to do. And of course, these Congolese are very rich with minerals. These guys have all sorts of minerals that the world wants. So they go everywhere using their card of minerals, and they can get a soft landing. And unfortunately, that makes them extremely stubborn when it comes to implementation of what is supposed to be done. So we have a lot of hope in the Washington Peace Accord. We think that President Trump is serious and committed to the process of bringing peace to this part of the world. Rwanda is more than committed. We are more than determined to see peace, because peace means a lot for us. Peace means a lot for our people. Peace means a lot for our economy. But peace also, we're just tired of war in that part of the world. We want to be defined not by war, but by good deeds, by investment opportunities, by a thriving economy, by a young population that is productive, by a place where you can go and relax as an American, go for tourism, enjoy a vacation, and enjoy good times. And that's what we're fighting for. And Rwanda is more than committed to ensure that the part of our agreement that agreed in Washington is implemented. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to move on and have our next speaker, and I'm just going to go down the table if that's okay. Commissioner Dr. Ian G. Camel, the role of international organizations in enforcing peace in Africa. And I'm interested in this enforcing peace in Africa. That's an interesting take on that. Gentleman from Jamaica, correct? And that's where I did my doctoral dissertation. I've been tip to tip of that country. It's very beautiful, wonderful people, and I eat great food everywhere I stop. So, Ian, glad to have you here. If you want to give about a 1-minute introduction of yourself, and let's get on to peace and this whole thing of enforcing peace in Africa. That's a tough one.
Thanks, everybody. And my name is Ian Campbell, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be with everybody, learning a lot. Originally from Jamaica in the West Indies, and worked on Capitol Hill for a number of years, became chief of staff, transitioned into the real world, became a lobbyist, and I did government relations, campaigns. I also had a nonprofit that was donating a number of products, hospital equipment, medicine to countries in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. With that being said, I'd like to, start, but I learned a lot by being here. And I think one thing that we have not really been told before was the impact that the Rwandan genocide has had on other countries. And that story hasn't been told. With the agreement that's being underway, I think it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to tell your story to Congress so that Congress can impact the decisions that are being made on the ground. People just don't know. And to give you an example of how important that is, the gentleman sitting to my left, on your right, Robert Espria, is from Colombia, South America. In 2000, he came and said, hey, Black people in Colombia are being disadvantaged, not being counted, affected by all these different factors in trafficking and things of that sort. Congress displacement, murder, kidnap, the whole thing. Congress just did not know. So we took his story, put it in writing, and then had the Congressional Research Service do research to verify, took that research, turning into a resolution. From that resolution, it went into the bill so that monies can be in Plan Colombia, billions of dollars were going to Colombia to make sure that some of that money affected the communities that were impacted by narco trafficking, by kidnapping and things of that sort. Now, 25 years later, Colombia is a vacation destination, one of the top places to travel. It wasn't by accident, it was by target work, research, methodical intervention. And that's a case study of what we can do to address the situation currently in DRC. It's not talked about. We don't know about it. So I want to provide you with that because there's an opportunity, and that's a case study on what you can use to move forward. That being said, we talk about infrastructure. The gentleman mentioned that there's no infrastructure. There's no bridges, no roads, no development. If there's no infrastructure, the government does not have a reason to be there. They're not going to protect it. They don't have a vested interest. It's not for them. In your resolution to Congress, asks the government to establish infrastructure, for them now to have a training facility, for them to have some government offices relocated in that region so that districts management is now locally centralized, so that local government now has an office space to do municipal functions. That infrastructure will allow for the government to protect its region, its infrastructure, its development, its people. That's one of the key issues we had to overcome, whether it was in Nicaragua, Colombia, looking at even North and South Korea. They've been at war since one of the longest wars going on. The demilitarized zone separates the two countries. And they had a lot of cross-border conflicts and things of that sort, so that's why they established that. We went there to support the development of infrastructure, Quezon complex, where the factories would be there, the way they can work, less people crossing the borders, and those monies would go to the people. In North Korea, went to the government primarily, but the people that worked in those factories had a better quality of life. And people in the South didn't have to worry about the invasion from the North coming over because people were making money. Unfortunately, that project went on for several years and ended. But it did create a stabilized peace and working together between those nations for several years. There's no establishment of infrastructure between DRC, Rwanda, and that region. It leads for a lot of groups to pick up arms and create conflict. As we talked about earlier, if there isn't an established relationship where individuals that's there have housing, food, education, families can have jobs, then the illegal activity is going to spread. In Colombia, another textbook example, development came because in what's his name? Escobar, lived in Medellin, which was one of the most violent cities in the world at one point in time. The government of Colombia decided they would demobilize the folks in that area, provide them with, they would turn in their guns, provide them with a house for them and their family, with a trade so they can have jobs, education for the children, and a safe community. If you go to Medellin now, it's one of the most beautiful places there is. It's lovely. It's peaceful. You can walk the street. 20 years ago, 25 years ago, wasn't so nice. The same thing can happen if there's been interest on the government to see the benefit of that. There's an economic benefit to peace. It allows for everybody in the community to participate and contribute. The Colombia story wasn't about Black people in Colombia not being disadvantaged. It's about you're not taking full advantage of the human capital that's available to you. So allow for these people to now become part of the economy and create stability and peace so that you can actually have more and you can grow and develop. That was the selling point. But we also used the fact that the US government was giving tremendous amount of resources, and we leveraged that to bring about peace and development. If there's no roads, then no electricity, if there's no infrastructure there, you're not going to have a lot of investment from the US or from the local government. Let that be part of the conversation that you actually require to connect north. There's no reason why you have to fly to get from one city to the next. You know, it's keeping you separated. If I can drive from here to Florida in the next 18 hours, 18 hours later, end up in California, and 18 hours after that, come back to New York, you know, that's what makes America great. That's the uniqueness that we have, the infrastructure. People are not able to move around in other countries the way that we do. And when they do move around, it costs a tremendous amount, and it's extremely challenging. The lasting peace will occur when the government, civil society, and folks on the ground invest in that development, invest in their infrastructure, invest in their bottom line, which is economically, doesn't matter if this person is from here, there, anywhere. If they're doing well, I'm doing well, more taxes to be collected, more development happens, and we look better on the world stage. It's a recipe that we've used, whether it's Latin America, the Caribbean, or on the continent. It works. Places like Western Sahara, where they've had ongoing disagreements about whether or not they should exist, I think is an example of what we can't allow to continue. 50 years, 100 years, how long is it going to take? I'd say the Colombia example is an example of 20 years that it really worked well, and other countries have been looking to duplicate it. I would say the secret sauce that we identified in that is the people. The people have to want it. The people have to understand how the US government works, have a liaison that bridges those gaps. In Colombia, Robert was able to bridge the gap between what we knew here in the US and the folks on the ground. He was able to convey messages. We said we need that story in writing. The next day, it was in writing. Took it from one area to the next. We walked the whole process through. You have to understand how the US works. You have to get involved in the process here and use the peace accords, those relationships, use these instruments to your benefit. You have to be able to connect it with your local elected officials. Why is it beneficial to him to put himself out there, to be on the stage advocating for Congo and people? Because you're a citizen, you're here in this country, your family might be back there, but you're here, you're living here, you're voting in his district or her district. You have to make those connections. And the government support is extremely, extremely important from this side and from their side. And you have to kind of drag them kicking and screaming. They're not just going to say, oh, that's a good idea, we'll do it. You have to show them, if you don't do it, this person right here is interested in running and they're going to get their support. Or you show up with all your church members, 100, 200, 300 people, so we want to have this meeting. It's just like, okay, I don't know who you people are, but it's 300 of you, let's have this meeting. they find room for you. They'll come out and see you because they understand that's a voting block. And you have to, wherever your dollars go, your vote go, that's where your power, you're directing your power. You have to be able to consolidate your interests, have a narrow margin of list of what it is that you're looking for, peace, development, infrastructure, and focus on those 3 things. Whenever people talk to you, you know, why are you here? Peace, development, infrastructure. You know, that's just what it is. Have it in writing, have it publicized every week, send the same letter. It doesn't matter. You should not allow yourself to be ignored. And this story is, you know, it's quite chilling to think about. This been going on for 30-something years. And as informed as we are in this community of Washington, D.C., we've never heard it. I've been to Congo. I'm talking to people from Kivu. I've never heard it. It is shocking that happened. It's still happening. And thank you for the book, because that's a great way to get the information out there. If we're not telling our stories, somebody's going to tell them for us. But you also have to know how to channel your story and where to direct it. Because now you have a path. You're an elected official. I don't care if it's your city council. You can do a resolution about what you said or what you're doing. Your city council then reaches out to your state representative, reaches out to your congressperson who's talking to your mayor, talking to you. It's all connected. You have to learn how to leverage those relationships. So I would be around for questions. And I think that you have an opportunity. I think that there is evidence of what you can do, what you can achieve in a very short period of time. Right now, the spotlight is on it. The spotlight is on your community. It's on your country. This is the time. You have a president that has shined the spotlight on. There's a transaction in place. There's a resolution that the foreign relations can say that if we don't deal with the violence, then we cut all support for this agreement. We cut all support for any kind of minerals coming out, because we can't confirm, verify whether or not those minerals are free and clear. We did it in Liberia. Conflict diamonds. Now you have to go through this process to get diamonds out. There should be some kind of resolution that restricts the free flow of minerals coming, and you can do that. You can present that idea. I don't think that conflict diamonds resolution was the best 25 years later, but at the time, it's a great idea. You know, they're being used to fund the war. They're being used for this and the other. Identify these 200 groups. Tell your elected official you want them to be designated as terrorist groups. Put pressure. You know, put pressure. And those are the things that you just keep putting out there and keep fighting, so that you can get your viewpoints heard and get yourself now part of the conversation, to be sitting in the room, to have a conversation and say, these are the solutions we have. Because I can tell you the honest truth. I have no idea what the solution would be. I don't live there. I'm just hearing about it. You know, but I can tell you what works. And you have to identify specifically what solution is going to work for your community. Because when I told Robert when we met, I said, I'm not going to live in Colombia. I'm not from Colombia. You need to tell me what it is that you need for me to do. And that's how we went ahead and made change. Politics is an active sport. You have to be engaged on a regular basis. You can't just let it. I had a meeting, I said this, and that's it. Follow up, follow up, follow up, and don't stop until it's done. And if the person's not moving the ball forward, if you're not getting the results you want, you have to get rid of that person. Threaten them with their life. Your livelihood will be, you have to go do something else. Not aggressively, but you're gonna get another job. You know, so you have to, because literally it is your life. It is the lives of your family and friends. So you have to give them another life and put somebody in that's going to represent your interests. And thank you for your time. And if you need to have any questions, I'll be more than happy to be around and answer them. I'll be here all day. Thank you.
You're listening to a true master there, very wise counsel that you have. And the one I was going to say, the 5 things about making anything work: follow up, follow up, follow up, follow up, and follow up. So if you do that and you stay on top of it, it will work. But you got to make it work. And what you said about a contact sport, it truly is. And we have to be very, very involved. We have all these titles. Let's see here. Reverend Father, Doctor. Fantastic. Candace Iakia. And he's going to talk about the role of religious leaders and traditions in peace deals. I like this phraseology, peace deals. That's interesting. Dialogues in Africa. So, Reverend Father, PhD, take it away. I are one, so I can say that.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor. Yeah, this is great. I'm very, very glad to be part of this today. You know, the conversation, I think, centers around our shared humanity and human dignity. So I wanted to bring us to the space where we can pay attention to the social capital we have, the trust capital we have in Africa, and that is the role and presence of religious leaders across the continent. You know, John Mbiti, one of the finest scholars from Kenya, said that Africans are notoriously religious. And this speaks to African cosmology and interconnectedness. That in Africa, in different parts of Africa, we know that religion is at the center of almost everything we do, our relationship, our culture, engagements. So why not leverage the presence of these important group in Africa as we work on the peace process? And in 1967, Pope Paul VI wrote a very beautiful encyclical called Populorum Progressio, the development of peoples. And he said that development is the new name for peace. Development is the new name for peace. And in his understanding, development is integral. He talked about integral human development, which is the development of the person and the whole person, not just the economic person, not the intellectual person, the whole person. And the whole person speaks to the life of the community because the whole person is part of the common good process. And so if this is where we are in Africa, and we know, those of us from Africa, I grew up in Nigeria. I was born in Nigeria. I'm sure in other parts of Africa, religion shapes identity. Religion shapes values. Religion shapes daily lives. So the role of religious leaders is very, very imperative today across the continent of Africa. If human dignity means anything to us, religious leaders must not only be engaged, but step up to work with the political systems across the continent. I'm sure, again, that if you go through Africa today, very few political leaders will tell you they are not members of one religious tradition or another. 99.9% belong to one religious tradition or another. So how are they leveraging the teachings of their religious traditions to advance policies that advance human well-being, flourishing, integral development? Now, if you look at what happened in Mozambique in 1977, when that civil war erupted between Frelimo, the ruling party, and Renamo, San Egidio, a lay Catholic organization in Rome, worked with religious leaders in Mozambique patiently through a period of a couple of years, led by Archbishop Goncalves, to lead this process of peace, engaging Frelimo and Renamo, because both sides trusted the moral authority of the religious leader. He was a neutral participant. And because he was neutral, both parties listened to him. And this is where we bring about the force of moral authority and moral legitimacy. Because the foundation of human dignity, and in African traditional values, we talk about the sacredness of life. It's not the life of a Muslim or a Christian or a Tutsi or Hutu, the sacredness of life. Every life is sacred. And this life is given by God. It's not the product of the society. It is the responsibility of the society to then protect what God has given. So the religious leaders have this responsibility to lead the path, the peace process. And that's what Archbishop Goncalves did, that in 1992, the peace agreement, peace accord was signed. It was the end of the civil war, a time for stability, even though conflict can be fluid. But what are we doing as religious leaders? The religious faith-based organizations succeeded with the religious leaders because they were neutral, because they focused on human dignity, because from a geopolitical point of view, they had no interest. It was about peace. Now, fast forward to 2014 Accra Peace Agreement in Liberia. From 1989 to 2002-3, we saw what happened in Liberia between Charles Taylor and Prince Johnson, and of course, the other splinter groups. What happened? When the Women in Peace Building Network saw this situation, they came together. And these women transcended ethnic, religious identities. It was about the life of Liberians. And they used, local mobilization, going out every day publicly protesting, asking questions, wearing their white, mobilizing grassroots groups. And then they used moral pressure. They had to confront Charles Taylor. Why are you killing people? Why does it not matter to you? And of course, they directly engaged in the peace talks. When these guys in the room decided not to continue the conversation, the women locked the door and blocked the way. You're not leaving the room until you reach this agreement. The power of religious traditions, Muslim women, Christian women, traditional religion adherents coming together, the foundation of our shared humanity. And that led to the Accra Peace Accord of 2003, and of course the general election in 2005, and Charles Taylor left Liberia. In fact, he came to Nigeria, But, the women did that. Again, it was very, very pathetic listening to our sister Sandra. In conflict situations, women and girls suffer a lot. They are the victims. They suffer it. It is very difficult for a woman to escape without her child. No mother wants to do that. She prefers to die. Women are raped. They are used as objects. And that's why these women came together, the force, the impetus of religious traditions. Now, if you look at what happened in South Sudan in 2013, the youngest nation in Africa, but most disappointing. Because when it was the whole of Sudan, everybody was crying, oh, they're killing them because they're Christians. You know, that's nonsense, right? And so when South Sudan gained independence in 2011, what happened? Between Sivakar and Machar in 2013, they killed and killed and killed because of the intoxication of power. I have to be in charge. It has to be me. I was traveling to Tanzania sometime, and I was in a plane with a South Sudanese. He was there with his son, and the young man was telling me, "Oh, this is my dad. My dad is a vice president." I said, "How many vice presidents do you have?" The guy was telling me they have more than 5 vice presidents in South Sudan. 5 vice presidents in South Sudan? South Sudan is not up to Lagos, Nigeria. Those of you have been to Lagos, right? What are you doing with 5? So, it's all how productive. So, but the point is, this is where you see human selfishness on steroids. That's what's going on. But the religious leaders, the South Sudanese Council of Churches, came together again, led by a Catholic bishop, a Episcopalian bishop, and Pentecostal bishop, and sat with these people. Again, neutrality, moral legitimacy, moral authority. And asked Sivakar and Makar, can you guys stop this? Human dignity is important. And of course, the brief peace agreement was signed. My dear friends, in Africa today, it is imperative that we engage religious leaders and force them, and I want to use the word again, force them to live up to their calling as religious leaders. Can you imagine where all the prominent religious leaders in DRC Congo, all of them, from every tradition, walk to the presidency and say, hey, we've got to solve this problem today? Who is that president that will say no? It's not possible. And remember the ubiquitous nature of religious presence across Africa. In every village in Africa, you have a religious tradition. When they do that, those in government, there is this expression I hate in Africa: we are the stakeholders. The country belongs to everybody. Every one of us is a stakeholder. And the diaspora must play an important role. If the religious leaders have to do their part in this peace process, using grassroots mobilization, moral authority, it is then important for those of us here. I listened to one of the speakers who said, yeah, we're here. I think it was my brother from Jamaica, that we are here. Let us not be deceived by the comfort zone we think we're enjoying. Our brothers and sisters in Africa suffering and dying. The importance of the role of the diaspora in a most objective manner. If we come together, as this my brother mentioned earlier, coming together, who is dying? The person dying is a human being. It is not Hutu, Tutsi, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. It is a human being being destroyed. Can we leverage our own position here in the United States and give objective transformation of our continent? Thank you.
Nicely said, nicely said. And, huh?
Like a preacher.
Yeah, sounds like a preacher. As he should. But going to one of the key points that you made, this is to bring all the religious leaders together. And we were talking about that just earlier, as far as natural resources in all these different countries, that it must go to the people at the bottom, the ones that are actually doing the work, that sit with their natural resources, and they must have the benefit of those natural resources. And that's something that we've been focused on for 52 years. And we're going to stay focused on that because it's very, very important that those that have those natural resources in their local communities, that they can take advantage of it and it doesn't go out. You know, you got the Wagners, you got the CCP, you got all these others, the Europeans, I'm not going to leave them out, or the United States. We're all equally, equally to be blamed. But at the same time, we need to organize ourselves so we actually focus on the people, and the development comes from those grassroots areas. So they're building their own schools, their own, clinics. The kids can have uniforms, they can go to school, they can have natural resources or resources where they can enjoy life. You know, life is not to be just drudgery and working, but life is to be enjoyed. And this is something that I respect about Jamaica and really in the Caribbean. Very, very nice developed countries in most cases, and the people really enjoy themselves. They work hard, but they enjoy themselves. We need to bring this to the continent. And I've been going to the continent since 1973 myself. And so I've been going back and forth a long time. And I started something about 30 years ago. It was called Africa Fast Forward. Maybe I was a little aspirational, but it seems like it's now catching up. And so that's why I'm very pleased that you allowed me to be here today. But the other really cogent point is that women, and the girl child need to be the basis of all this development and very much involved. If you have the women involved, and I learned this almost 50 years ago traveling through Asia, because you go into those communities and it didn't matter whether it was Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, but it was the women that were, running the business, the real business of running the family, running the community, and providing the food, etc. And I think that's where we need to go back. Questions for our esteemed panel? Oh, we got, okay, right here, right there, then in the back, okay, right here. Okay, be quick in your questions. We actually do have about 14 minutes, so.
Thank you very much for the question. Father, thank you. My question goes straight to you. Okay. As a region leader and someone who has relayed.
Short questions.
Yes, we should have.
How
many seconds?
I'm going to time you. Short question.
So my question goes straight. San Egidio, you said San Egidio, which was a Catholic-led group that helped putting politician to bring peace everywhere. You said Mozambique and elsewhere. Now, I'm Congolese, and so my question will come from the bottom of my heart. Sure. The peace process that we are talking about, Donald Trump and President Kagame and Tshisekedi sign up in something to bring peace in Congo. Doha process is where internal Congolese dialogue. The Catholic Bishop of Congo, together with Protestant pastors, they went the same process, but something gets stuck in the middle. And that's where my question comes to you. How Congolese today, if that message was brought to President Tshisekedi to unite the Congolese for a dialogue, how today can you advise the Congolese government or the bishops and those pastors who have already laid a 10-point process, the well-being of the Congolese, a dialogue that can build the Congo from the bottom up? What advice can you give to the bishop and the pastors who have initiated something, but they get stuck in the middle and nothing has been jump-started up to date?
Yeah, that's a very important question, my brother. My honest advice would be do not, do not be afraid, do not lose hope, do not give up. Sometimes in these processes, actors can bring up things to make it difficult for us to move forward, but we have to keep moving. It's very important because we are looking at the life of millions of Congolese. And as shepherds, as religious leaders, they have to continue to engage. If they get frustrated and walk away, how about the lives that are going to be lost in the process? Honestly, this is one thing we are trying to share with the African Union. In this, especially the Doha process, as my brother mentioned, we need the religious leaders to be part of that process. It's very important. Let them not give up. No matter the challenge they meet on the way, Jesus Christ told us on Easter, do not be afraid.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Ben. I am originally from DRC. As a matter of fact, as far as 2001, I was in DRC and I fled because of the war. So my question is on the peace accord between Rwanda and DRC. In my humble opinion, before I ask the questions, there has never been any processes in DRC that has punished those who committed atrocities. And I think we missed the opportunity in South Africa in 2004. So I guess I'm going to ask both of you the questions. How do you see this process going through without a component of justice? Because I'm afraid that we're going to lose this opportunity again if there is no component of a tribunal that has to judge really crimes that has been committed in DRC.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In the blue jacket, all the way in the back. Okay.
Hey, thank you very
No,
much.
got to answer the question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
answer the question.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You too.
All right.
I'm not gonna let my buddy
Ambassador,
get
you wanna
off
go
here either.
first?
I think what Ben has said is very important and makes a lot of sense. You cannot have lasting peace without justice for the crimes that are committed. But I think for the situation of Eastern DRC now, I think the first important thing is peace. Restoration of peace, and then justice can come. Because if you had to combine the two at the same time, you might lose track of one. And crimes have been committed by all parties. They've been committed by all parties. Maybe we might borrow, we might lend you our experience through Gachacha. That maybe you can use Gachacha to go and have an internal dialogue of what happened, and reconcile based on that. But for now, I think yes, it is legitimate. It's important that people that committed crimes need to be brought to justice. But for me, the starting point should be peace. Let's have peace first on the ground. Let the guns fall silent. And once the guns are silent, then people will be brought to justice. Then,
How, if that company is not there to compel them to go through ceasefire? Because one of the biggest problems, you have two parties that are fighting. On one hand, the government of DRC is using money, lobbying here in Washington, D.C., and saying, America, come and invest there. I was in the mining sector. I know very, very well, deeply across Congo, what mining does to corrupt the system at the top. So if you don't have a backup plan that is going to compel the leaders that if they go off what has been accepted here in the United States, there will be consequences. Then I honestly don't think that the peace accord or people are going to cease fighting?
Yeah, but the agreement, I'm sure the administration here is serious about implementation of what was agreed upon.
Let other panelists also.
Yes,
You have
you need-
interest, the question. That's
Okay.
That's a good idea. That's a
All
good
right.
idea.
Yeah, and then we have a question in the back, so we want to keep on time. Yep.
Okay, yeah, so my brother, thank you for that question. My approach to it will be that there has to be a balance between retributive justice and restorative justice, because the restorative will find a way of bringing both the victim and the oppressor together to reflect. Because, we have to honorably acknowledge the wrong done to the other. That's one of the ways to enter the humanity of the other. I totally agree with you that if we sweep it under the carpet, it's not going to help anybody. And if we take it to another extreme, it will destroy the fragile peace. So there has to be a way of managing retributive, which is the extreme of punishment, and restorative, which is rehumanizing everybody, including the oppressor and the victim. So my suggestion to those leading the process will be, make sure you look at retributive, restorative. Restorative is very important in this context, because if I don't acknowledge that I did something wrong to you, you might be looking for an opportunity to revenge. But if we acknowledge it based on our humanity, that will help. And those who are putting this together can work on it. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, back in the back. Yes,
Hey,
go
thank you
ahead.
very much. My name is Joyce Atha. I'm a Ghanaian, and my question is to the pastor. And it's a general question, and for me, it's very concerning. So if you could help me understand, that would be very well appreciated. I feel that when it comes to the role of a pastor in a community, I don't know if it's a conflict or misunderstanding, but we usually expect pastors to only talk about the word of God and then not do politics. So I have had, being a Ghanaian, even though we enjoy peace here and there, but I can cite an example of Nigeria. We see the mass killing of Christians. And I know Nigeria in Africa, they have the best and the pastors with a lot of followers that if they are to step up and speak, they can mobilize the people to follow them.
Sure.
But I see most of them just make subtle comments, like they are scared to talk about it. And everyone is looking for who should take the bold step. No one is really willing. So my question is it that there is a conflict between understanding the role of a pastor in a community, and is there a way that we could help them understand how they can all help to address this piece? And then the other one is to the, I've forgotten your name, but the one who presented on the peace agreement between DRC and then Rwanda. I have followed, right, Rwanda. Yes, I've followed the news for quite some time. I even wrote a paper on it, I think last semester for my master's, right? And I've seen that so many efforts have been made from the UN level all over the place, right? So with the new agreement that our president, Donald Trump, has, successfully signed, what is special and different about it that would ensure that it's, if at least it will not eliminate the conflict totally, we could see it make positive impact than all the efforts that have been made in the past?
Okay, all right.
All right, so let me respond to the question. Thank you, my sister, for that question. First of all, as religious leaders of every tradition, right, we are supposed to be political homeless people, right? That's basic.
Supposed to be what?
Political homeless. Yeah, homeless.
Sir, homeless.
Homeless.
Okay,
Homeless. Yeah. We're not supposed to belong to any party. That's exactly what makes us homeless people politically as religious leaders. But where does that take us to? We minister to human beings, right? And these human beings belong to political parties. They go to the market. They relate with other social services, education, everything about human security, education, health, and all those. You cannot be a shepherd, a religious leader, without talking about political issues. It's not possible. Even though you don't belong to. You saw what happened recently. The Pope was hammering on human dignity and all those. Some people are not happy with him, but that's the role of the Pope. It doesn't matter. So if a religious leader does not understand this part, he needs to kind of have a refresher course. Your focus, your constituency is the human person. If your constituency is the human person, you must do that which promotes integral human development. And we cannot shy away from it because, again, like you mentioned, some people make comments that are confusing. One of the finest rabbis I appreciate so much, Jonathan Sachs, said, "Not in God's name" is a beautiful book. Not in God's name. If it's in God's name, we must work for the well-being of the person and the community.
Yep. Okay. Arthur? We need to get to this gentleman back here. He's been waiting. Okay.
I mean, so quickly, I mean, there have been multiple peace agreements between the different warring factions in the DRC. There are so many, over 20 of them. You hear about the Lusaka Peace Accords, you hear about Sun City in South Africa. So many peace accords have been signed. The Nairobi, there have been so many processes, but they all, at the end of the day, they've all been ignored and shelved. And that's the problem that has happened because when they commit to do something and there's no pressure to make them implement what they agreed upon, it dies. So the only difference that came this time round is that, number one, it's in Washington, the political capital of the world. That's number one. Number two, it also brought in a component of economic agreement. Because for some time, the conflict is also partly because of economic issues that are in that part of the region. That people don't have things to do. Militias can go and take a piece of territory and do mining and become kingpins in the areas. But now we're saying let's make things like mining more professional. Let's attract investments in these sectors. Attract investments from all areas and from all places. For example, one of the things we're saying is that American private sector have very experienced people in mining. Why don't you come and set up a refinery in Kigali and then be able to mine from Eastern Congo, bring things over to Kigali, refine them. Eastern Congo, taxes are paid, people are given jobs. Basically, put in a transparent process where there's no illegal mining, where you discourage illegal mining, but where both economies benefit. Or if there are capabilities in Eastern Congo where you can build refineries. We also have in Rwanda, we have miners. Take them there to be refined and then be shipped out when they're in a semi-processed status. So the economic agreement is the only new thing that came in between. There's issues on power generation, joint power generation. Eastern Congo needs a lot of electricity. If you can't talk about mining without electricity. There's issues on joint tourism projects. The issues on joint infrastructure projects, roads, even health, even education. We talked about that. So those are some of the aspects that came along in this agreement. But the whole thing is about, you can have an agreement, you can sign an agreement. How do you implement it? How do you put pressure on both sides, not one side, to be able to implement what you have agreed upon?
The gentleman right here.
Okay.
Was wearing the hat.
Okay, thank you very much. Lawrence Freeman, I'll be speaking in, I guess, a little while. My question is to the representative from the Rwandan embassy. There was a great deal of fanfare and publicity at December of last year when the deal was signed, some peace agreement was signed between Rwanda and the DRC. Has there been progress? Has events on the ground changed? Is there actually peace? Is there still war going on? There's so much propaganda and misreporting in the media. I've been unable to ascertain for myself if we've actually done something in quote stopping one of these wars.
No, there's nothing that has changed on the ground. There's still war going on. And by the way, when you hear about Rwanda-DRC, this war is not in Rwanda. This war is in Eastern DRC. It's in Eastern DRC. It's not in Rwanda at all. So it's a domestic political issue of the DRC to sort out.
But that's why the court is not keeping, right? And
it's not.
I believe President Kennedy was here.
Yeah, it's not.
In his last visit, he had to leave early because what? Why he had to leave early? Because a key member, right, of the opposition force was not included with this deal. Is that correct?
No. It's not holding just because people are not genuine. People don't want it to hold. You know. At times when you're a diplomat, there's some things you can't say. But I can tell you that there are people who are benefiting from this war. People who are benefiting from people who are very influential. No. People in Kinshasa who are benefiting from this war. And the stories are known. And for them, ending the war means ending one of the sources of livelihood, one of their financial power. So they will not be anxious to finish the war. But the thing is this: if pressure from Washington is put on whoever signed. There's so many things Washington. There's so many things Washington. We know that the Trump administration is not about transactional. So I'm saying if pressure is exerted on both parties of the agreement, then things will change. If people do not take these things serious, then nothing will change. And that's what we've been demanding for, because we want to end this crisis once and for all. Every 5 years, it becomes a cycle. Every 5 years, it comes up. Whenever there's an election coming up in the DRC, there's a conflict that comes up because of trying to divert the internal political issues and trying to export it outside. So we want this crisis to end once and for all.
Okay, right here in the front row.
Oh.
Moderator, where are we on the program?
We're done, way done.
Oh.
Where are we on this?
Can we go?
All right.
Can I ask my question?
It's time for a break.
Oh.
Go ahead. Please, hold on.
I think I'll come back.
And that's something that you think the role of the youth in this agreement and the process that you guys are doing, because as we see that African youth are representing 75%.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
I'm supposed to ask my question.
I think what has happened, hold on. We are over time. We have another panel to go. And there's food right outside. Let's take a break and people can talk one-on-one. One-on-one.
Moderator, one second. Both of these ladies, let's just haven't asked the question, right? Just pose the question and then we'll
Go ahead.
My question, it's really quick. Someone talked about social capital and trust capital, but my question is, how can trust capital be built if there's so many examples of it being broken?
Ian?
I think
Answer that.
there is 75, African youth represent 75% from the population. When you have that in a structure for peace building and the team, I want you to take, Ambassador, I'm suggesting to take a consideration, because the youth are the first one to take initiative under the ground. When the war starts, they will go and send humanitarian aid without. So I'm just suggesting, it's not a question, a suggestion, if you can add youth body in the structure of the initiative.
That's a very good advice. I agree with you 100%.
It can be a huge transformation for the economic development, and we have a lot of qualified youth who can help you on that. Thank you.
As we break, to answer the question about trust capital, in order to do so, to hold people accountable, you have to be holding people accountable. So the community, the people need to be continuously following up, asking the questions, being in front of their elected representatives. They have to hold them accountable. That's the trust piece. You have to actually be engaged. If you're not engaged and people do things, that's why they don't want people to register to vote. They don't want them in the electoral process. If you're not in the process, then there's few people to be accountable to. The more you're actively engaged, there's more people you have to be accountable to, and therefore people will do what they're supposed to do. Thank you.
The way introduce you guys.
I never even saw it.
Yeah, there it is, Jim. We'll do that. I'll take that. Good job, man. Good job. Did you take pictures of the president? I know, I saw it broadcasting on the national television out there, you know, so make sure you get the tape.
I didn't say anything disparaging about our elected officials.
Some of those guys think that people are just gonna be nice to them just because, you know, they don't realize it's the transaction. The peace deal that was exactly consistent.
All of them. Right. They started companies last week before the deal that was
We begging them to take advantage of this. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. We have not much, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, 5 minutes before we start, guys. Actually, 2.5 minutes, but it's 3:20. Hey guys, we cut it into our networking. Lawrence Freeman. Dr. Agoram DK. Dr. Val Okoro Obisa. Yeah, we're trying to get the panelists to line up, madam. I am the moderator.
I'm speaking first. I'm going somewhere from here.
If you'd like,
she said I'll be speaking first. I have another engagement. How are you? I don't have this. I don't have this thing here.
No.
You should have given me.
You know that.
What is this?
That's not yours.
Somebody else.
Someone that passed that out.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, Dr. Andrew, nice to see you.
Yes.
Good to see you, my brother. Good to see you.
I guess I can
Your co-panelist there is Dr. Val, we all call her Val, Dr. Val, Karo Obisant.
Yes.
And she's a strong sister, with a background from Nigeria. No, it wasn't Nigeria, was it not?
Huh?
Which country?
Well, you know that.
It's irrelevant here. I'm an African American.
Nigeria.
Oh,
So you
he's from.
I identify.
No, but I'm a US citizen, so I'm a diaspora. I'm not Nigerian. I'm Cosmo.
She's an internationalist.
I identify as a US citizen with Jamaican and Nigerian heritage.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, he's a
I
try.
leave it out.
He's a try guy.
Yes.
That's the only reason why I mention it, because you know you guys may have some. You know.
It's over there. Oh, we have some commonality.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, she's a Zeiss. Oh yeah, she's a Zeisty doctor. You know, you have to be careful with her. Zeisty. I said she's spicy. And she's brilliant. So, but So guys, I will not go into too much detail in terms of your.
But they need to call those who are going to stay. Somebody needs to tell.
But I have to let them, yeah, they're gonna come in, they're gonna be quiet and sit down.
One person needs to just go. And so we need everybody inside.
Yes.
It's just a thing, somebody has to go there and tell them.
Yeah.
Or is they gonna stand there?
I'm heading to the National Building. Where is the address?
After this.
I'm gonna walk because I don't wanna.
Then my car is 31 Pennsylvania.
Okay.
National Building.
About 2 more minutes, okay, guys.
No parking, there's a parking lot by Hilton. Parking. Yeah, you walk.
Okay.
I went to 1331 Pennsylvania. I normally park at the National Residence. I was like, and then there's another park in Wisconsin. And I didn't want to use that. I look at them, I came with this, so I went for the. Right. Sorry. Can I borrow your pen?
Yes, I can get you.
No, I just want to.
Oh, okay.
Before that, I don't forget. 31 Pennsylvania. I mean. So I know that's where I'm going to get that.
Oh.
Okay, folks, we're gonna start taking a seat so we can start.
Can you tell them to come in? They can eat here, please, so we can start going. If they don't come, it's recorded. They can start the recording. We don't have to have people here. Just get it over and done.
Gentlemen, if you could have a seat so we can start. We're gonna begin.
You look great.
Huh? No, I just do my scribbles.
Things that I handwritten. That's been processed.
Oh, yeah, I do. I'm still like an old-fashioned professor.
Folks to
I
come
do
up
both, but
I normally do the writing first.
Yeah, closer interaction.
I just lost my sister in nature. So easy.
Okay, we have a prerogative. Dr. DK or Dr. Freeman, who wants to go last?
Up to you.
You want to go first?
Who wants to go
She's going
last?
first.
Yeah, she's going first.
I can be second.
we don't have water.
All right. Yeah, the order, water. We'll get someone to bring you some water.
Yes.
Oh, there's water. It should be in one of those.
Oh, these.
Was that?
Let me, I don't, they do.
It looks.
They should
Okay.
bottom bottom.
It may look better than it is.
Okay,
My God.
all right. Okay, we're gonna begin. We're gonna begin in about 30 seconds, so I hope my sister, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, we're gonna begin. Can you notify those outside? We're gonna close the door.
It's being recorded.
Yes.
I don't see.
Yeah, where is that? She left with the camera. Where's the young lady?
Yeah. Yeah, because
And
it's
then we
being
also-
recorded.
Okay, you are recording back there as well?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so everyone put your best face forward. And leave your foot behind. Panel 4. Like I should do a proper introduction. They usually pay me extra, but today they didn't, so that's why I'm sitting down. No one's getting any of my jokes, I tell you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. As always, we save the best for last. And today is no exception. My name is Eric Walcott, and I will moderate the 4th panel, the final panel for today. Watch Democracy Grow. Africa is at a flexion point, probably boasting one of the fastly growing populations of the world. And it's not just in population, it's actually in growth, real economic growth. And so we know that there will be a competition for the hearts and mind of Africa, but we are concerned that not much has changed, that Africa still seeks to bring its resources through an intermediary to the marketplace. And I know a number of African heads are now saying, if you want to do business with Africans, you come to Africa. What a novel approach, right? If you want to do business with Africa, come to Africa. With this, I want to introduce panel 4. Panel 4 is on accelerating economic development in Africa through SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, the need for infrastructure development plan, and the role of African diaspora communities in all of these. We have a tremendous group of panelists for you today. And ladies first, we will invite Dr. Val Okuru-Bisant, Esquire, who is a CEO and General Counsel and founder of the Afro-Cosmo Development Impact. Look at you. Dr. Val Okuru-Bisant is an adjunct professor at the Catholic University of America in DC and the founder of Afro-Cosmo Company. Dr. Val has over 15 years of high-level advisory as well as work experience in economic development, business, trade, water, and gender sectors. Dr. Val has a JD degree from Stanford University, Stanford School of Law, and a master's degree in international affairs from Tufts University and the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. Don't take no pity for her because she's well credentialed. I can tell you she is also well experienced. So with that, please join me in welcoming her to the podium.
Thank you, Dr. Eric, for that introduction. And where's Mary? She's not here. I appreciate you inviting me. I hope I can stay till the end because I'm rushing to another meeting from here. But I'd like to hear my fellow esteemed panelists before I leave. The subject matter for me is actually role of diaspora in promoting trade and economic development, specifically within the framework of SMEs. So what I've done so far, not using my professorial hat, but I understand that some people might not know or may know about the debate about SMEs and a diaspora. Who are the diaspora? How many minutes do I have? 20, right?
20 minutes.
Okay, good. So basically, who are the diaspora in terms of definitionally? They're the descendants of slaves and also the African naturalized citizens of the US. So in terms of numbers, 2.5 million in terms of the naturalized Africans. And in the US, yeah, that's a high percentage, 2.5 million to 2.8 million. But the whole diaspora, including the, just everybody from Africa with descendants, the slaves and all, a lot. Who can guess? I guess nobody probably can. How many do you think? Well, you're close. 41 to 46 million. That's a lot. Yeah.
In the diaspora.
Diaspora. So basically, that's a lot. That's a high percentage. Now, there's debates over who should be considered, but I think that's a divide and conquer strategy, which we shouldn't subscribe to. And I'll address that when I'm talking about challenges in terms of our role, the role we play in promoting trade investment within the framework of SMEs. I don't think it should be a challenge, although it has been. We could, sort of overcome that challenge. But anyway, now next, in terms of the next question is, what exactly are the diaspora doing, the African diaspora? The diaspora plays, within that framework, I would say, because based on my experience as a CEO of Afro-Cosmo Development Impact and also former World Bank diplomat, so now I'm talking from that experience, what we basically do, and I think most diasporas will agree, 3 key areas in this area: access to intellectual, financial capital, and investment capital and markets. Those are, I would say the investment falls under the markets too, right? But you could call it 3 or 4 areas that we service, right? Now, within that framework, what are we doing in our role? There's advocacy role that we play in terms of policy. There's advisory mentorships. For instance, my company, besides doing our advisory work, what we call street law form of capacity building for SMEs, we're also supporting through the Tony Elumelu Foundation. I'm sure you all know about him, right? He has a program for SMEs on the ground, both youth and female, where you have to do sort of an exam to qualify. You have to prove that you're a good business person with good acumen. They do a test, and then you advise SMEs on the ground. So they assign us SMEs every year, and each SME gets 5,000 at the end of the program. So what we do is a mentorship. So that's also included. Now, that's within the framework of transferring intellectual capital, right? So there's also the question of financial capital. There are, I would say, the diaspora that are represented within the US, not only in the private sector like I am, but also in the public sector, right? Some of them were like about 15, I would say, were appointed, I would say, under the Biden administration. We celebrated them, 15 Nigerian diasporas. 2021, I want to say 2022 March, we celebrated them at a hotel here in DC. And not only Nigeria, all over. The diasporas that are working through that to have impact in terms of investment. If they're working at Exim, if they're working at OPEC, the whole gamut. Yeah. So also in terms of access to investment capital, there are in terms of export import, AGOA is big. A lot of diaspora, they're providing, I see them here, you know, Ian, I just talked with you. I know you've, you know, everybody look at the friends of the African diaspora. We don't only have the diaspora, we have the friends. So really, you know, we have them represented. And so that's very, so we also, besides the advisory mentorship, investments, within the framework of investments, we provide, when I say we, I mean the diaspora as a whole, there are joint ventures. For instance, within AGOA, besides the access to providing advisory, you know, advocacy, like now AGOA has been renewed for 1 year, going to expire because Congress goes on break in August. So, you know, everybody's rallying around to say, okay, let's push the agenda. Sister Flora is big on it. She's CCA, you know, Whitaker, you know, they're not here. Angel, there's so many people jumping in on how to push it forward, you know, to extend it beyond just minimal because of the uncertainties that investors face when it's minimal. They don't like uncertainties. So that's one thing. Now, I don't want to spend too much time on our role. I think I want to discuss quickly what the challenges, opportunities are within the rubric of what we're doing, you know, performing our role in this area. The biggest challenge, I think, that diasporans face, because we also, let me put it this way, remit, okay? Do you guys know how many, in terms of how many billion annually diasporas remit to various countries? 100. Well, 80 billion diaspora. The African diaspora all over remitting to their relatives, and it services SMEs.
Right.
Don't forget, there's the.
May I add that I think the administration is planning to tax the remittances.
Yes, because there's a lot of money to be made. Now there's a diasporan that is now setting up a fund to be able to feed into the process, you know, the banking system, like Western Union and all, because that's a lot of money is made through that process. When you remit, when I go to Western Union, they charge me $9 per whatever. the amount I send. So that's where the money, there's always money somewhere to be made. So you're right. It's beneficial to the US that we exist as the members of the diaspora community. So that's a lot of money. When you calculate 80 billion, and the money that's being made, you said the administration, but companies are already making money through the commercial sector and all. I think there's some African diaspora entities that are trying to actually build some kind of a network where they can capitalize more on it, for more investments in Africa. In terms of the challenges that beyond the regular run-of-the-mill infrastructure challenges, in terms of how do I invest if I go to Africa as an SME? How do I get in there when there's no reliable energy to be able to build, work with a local person? There are other challenges. I think I mentioned that, which is the question of division, which we have, and also asymmetry of information. Where do we go for information as to, and I think the biggest challenge for African diaspora is access to what? Capital. Yes, financial capital. The intellectual capital I mentioned, but also helping. For instance, the challenge for the African diaspora is one, and then when you're advising the SMEs on the ground to have access to, say, AGOA, what are the resources, or to have access to, say, the grants that are provided through like the US Africa Foundation or whatever. There is a question about, not for us as much as the SMEs on the ground, the challenge that they face with eligibility requirements, because the eligibility requirements in terms of definitionally, OECD requirements of what they define as SME is not the same with the definition of SMEs on the ground. And you all know why, right? Because of devaluation. One reason is the currency convertibility issues and devaluation. Somebody who's like in Ghana, cedis, or Naira, or Rand, South Africa, where all my clients are, I'll give you an example. Some of my clients, without mentioning names, I say, oh, wow, grant, good. I send it to them. It's a joint grant loan. Eligibility requirement is $250,000 grant and $250,000 loan. But the eligibility requirement to get that is what? You have to have 300,000 collateral dollars. So, for instance, in Nigeria, which is now is down to 1,400 Naira to $1, you could be a millionaire in Nigeria or in Ghana, Rand, or shillings, CDs in Ghana, wherever you are. But when you convert, you're not, you're pauper. You can't. So we've had situations where we've helped in terms of the advisory work we provide for them to merge, to scale up immediately, to merge, like one of our clients, a strawberry farmer, we helped her merge with her mother's company, her mother's farm. It's a food supply chain in terms of sectors. We helped her quickly merge with her mother's, because she was only worth $50,000, but her mother had a massive farm. So by the time we finished helping her with the local, because I'm also a US Nigerian attorney, by the time we helped her merge to qualify and scale up, the grant had already expired. But the good news is she got another grant from a UK university they're working on, organic versus GMO kind of. So now she feels, it's like, oh, Prof, I didn't realize that this scaling up thing matters. I say, yes, because you can be rich. She lives very well in Nigeria. Very well, but she's not rich by US standards because of devalued currency. So that's a big deal. And I've been working from the policy side, trying to alert policymakers to the fact that SME definition is, and also numbers. OECD 250 we could discuss, but I don't have much time. I think I have how many minutes left?
Another 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. So basically that's one. On the trust issue, I think that the definition of SMEs, I'm very optimistic because it's improved. There was a time when the African, I don't want to criticize my fellow Africans, but there was a time where they were kind of claiming the turf of, oh, we are the Africans and the others, like my brothers who are Caribbean, are not. Not every African. Some thought that, right, Mary? Yes, but we've moved beyond that. And I think it's it's a nice thing that we, because it's very important that we come together and know that when we talk diaspora, there's some of us in Peru, all over the world. Colombia, in fact, Colombia has the highest percentage. So definitionally, although you might still find a few people here and there who feel, oh no, they're not part of us. And then those friends of the diaspora, because there's enough pie for everybody to consume. Yeah. So there's the other thing on now, implications within the rubric of the current administration beyond AGOA and what I discussed earlier. What is happening now for the diaspora, and what role can the diaspora play, and where are the game-changing opportunities? I think that the panel before, Mary, congratulations for that, because people say commercial diplomacy is very important within the rubric of this organization, the current administration, and of course the critical minerals. I think that the role the diaspora should be playing, which it's very difficult. I don't know how to say this. The asymmetry problem. The diaspora understands the nuances of the US system more than, I think, those who are not diaspora. And the proof is normally in the pudding of what is in the contract. I have diaspora who say to me, we are busy running around and all, and these deals are taking place and we're not at the table. We have all these meetings, we're having all these meetings, and the deal is in the law firms, the lawyers, the international affairs people and all, but we're not invited to the table. How can we get invited to the table? Is it through the embassies? I'm glad you invited embassy. Is it through direct linkage with our people traveling? Travel if you can. Because when they see you, they understand, you know what I mean? If you can afford to travel, there's an IMF World Bank meeting, go there, talk to them. Unfortunately, I don't want to chorus Sister Arikana. We still are dealing with issues in Africa, like I said, where sometimes they don't want to use diaspora as much. But I'm optimistic we've made a lot of changes, and we're moving in the right direction. Within the framework, the last thing I want to say, a number of deals that have been done, the health sector, for instance, the Trump administration, you all are aware of what happened with the Senegal, the Congo deal with Rwanda, but also I'm sorry?
There was the health part too. Yeah.
The health sector, yes. So within that framework, don't forget that movement of goods is one thing, but there's also within the framework of the Senegalese deal, the health sector, where it's a deal for infrastructure, financing for health, right? And within that framework, don't forget that it's beneficial to the US. The role the diaspora can play is to close, the gap, the non-zero sum in terms of asymmetry, but also building the bridges, cultural bridges, right? But within, for example, that deal that's now being done, the diaspora can play a role in helping with respect to the health policy issues that need to be negotiated. How do you negotiate? Asymmetry happens when they don't have enough information. And I think the diaspora is better able to understand the US system. You're not selling the US out because you love this country. So what you're doing is non-zero sum games. That's what it's about. Giving them information, because there's a lack of trust in that deal. They're suspicious that, oh yes, HIV, they're going to be poisoning us. The whole question of, privacy issues that have been incorporated into that contract. So the diaspora can play a key role in helping, say, African countries to be able to understand the dynamics of what's going on in the deal, besides the regular run-of-the-mill advocacy, policy, capacity building kind of deals. Don't shy away from jumping into contract negotiations issues, how you help them to navigate the complexities of what's going on, de-risking whatever is in there, helping out with those kind of things. Now, that's, I think, about, unless you have any questions.
Thank you.
That's.
We're gonna reserve the questions. We're gonna everyone for a run, and then we'll ask questions. Okay, that's okay with you guys?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Okaru Bisan. Our next speaker is Dr. Agorom DK, and Dr. DK, for some of you who might be around Washington, there isn't a country in Africa he hasn't touched. He's known for really recognizing the diaspora, as you say, and in the work that they do here and on the continent, and actually curating a wonderful White House event where he invites them and recognizing them in grand fashion. So he's a person that I know quite well. So pardon me, I'm going to take some liberties. And so Dr. he's a distinguished international faith-based strategist who worked bridges. Oh, I tried to do this without my glasses. I apologize. I'm getting old. Oh, sorry. Yes, I'll do that because I want to give him front billing like I've done the others, and especially my friend Dr. Freeman. I have to do it right. So our next panelist is no other but Dr. Agaram C. Dike, who is a distinguished international faith-based strategist who bridges the gap between humanitarian initiatives, international public policy, and economic development. Born of Nigerian and Jamaican parentage, Dr. Dike embodies a unique bicultural perspective that fuels his mission to unify the African and Caribbean diaspora in order to drive systematic change across the continent and the globe. As the founder of and the president of the Caribbean and African Faith-Based Leadership Conference, Dr. Dike has emerged as a premier architect of multi-sector partnerships and has navigated the intersection of faith and governance, who has served as a liaison to the White House, faith-based cabinet offices across the country, across 3 U.S. presidential administrations, Obama, Trump, Biden, and Trump again. He has also convened numerous African and Caribbean diaspora engagement and global leadership awards that brings together industry professionals and diplomats to strategize on development goals and mission partnerships. His leadership has mobilized faith communities across more than 35 nations to address critical issues, including social justice, faith-based partnerships, and economic development. Dr. Dike holds a Doctor of Ministry degree from Howard University, School of Divinity, Howard, HU, those who know, alongside other graduate degrees from University of the West Indies and the United Theological College of the West Indies. Dr. Dike is a recipient of the United States President's Lifetime Achievement Award and numerous global awards for promoting peace building, international religious freedom, voluntary services, and resource mobilization. Dr. Dike just came back from a beautiful conference that he helped put together in the Bahamas. And I was happy to say that while there, he gave me a call in his full glory and splendor as he was being recognized for his work. So with that, let me introduce Dr. Dike Agar. Please come to the podium.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to all the organizers, including Mr. Eric Walcott, who just gave me that introduction, and Mary Uwera, if I said it right, your coordinator for Watch Democracy Grow. Thanks for inviting me to share among these very distinguished scholars and industry experts here at the National Press Club. Great to be here in Washington, D.C., and great to be back at the press club. I'm currently mourning the loss of my sister who had an accident last week, Wednesday, in Nigeria. So I'm currently dealing with burial plans. But I still felt that it was good to be here. And coming here, I do feel at home with my connection, my brothers and sisters. And particularly, I feel a more East African energy. Being more connected with my West African, being half Nigerian and half Jamaican. As you know, I'm a faith-based practitioner, and one of the things that happen is that I've been to many events like these, and whether it's World Bank, whether it's IMF, whether it's White House, whether it's Congress, whether it's an international organization, we talk about the role of the African diaspora in economic development or in infrastructure development, etc. And you would hardly hear anything about the faith community. It's hardly talked about. And sometimes I sit in the room and I raise my hand and I say something, and it's only when I ask a question that the faith community is being mentioned. So it was a breath of change to see pastors and faith leaders here today, actually. So because of that reason, I'm going to ask to indulge me to present more from a faith-based perspective, as that is a bit silent. The African diaspora is not just a group of people living abroad. We are the African sixth region with a projected $100 billion opportunity. In 2006, the African Union formally recognized diaspora as the sixth region of Africa. We are not just a people who left Africa. We are the bridge between Africa and the free world. Today, I want to discuss on how we can empower the Africa's future by moving that bridge from football for survival to a highway for industrial and economic transformation. My objective of this panel is to encourage all of us to stop looking at the diaspora merely as a charity and to start seeing ourselves as the primary institution for investment and economic transformation in Africa's future. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have the capital, we have the talent, we have the skin in the game. I want us to think about the number mentioned. How can we change? How should we change? How should we change the possibilities ahead of us? How should we utilize this $100 billion opportunity? Every year, the diaspora send a lot in remittances, in addition to money for businesses and other enterprises. Dr. Okuro, yes, mentioned that it's close to 80, but I think when you add other investment opportunities and stuff that we do, it could burst us closer to 100 billion on the continent, back to the continent. In many nations, this flow of capital dwarfed foreign direct investment and even government aid. However, for decades, these remittances have been used primarily for what some of us would call subsistent welfare, such as paying for school fee, medical bills, and groceries. While noble subsistent welfare may be good, it does not build power plants or high-speed rails. Our challenge now is to transition the remittances we send back home from consumption to remittances for investments. In the past 2 years, all these funds, billions, were sent back home, and that nearly doubles the amount of official foreign aid that flows into Africa. We're no longer talking about supplemental source of income. We're talking about the single most resilient financial engine on the continent. As we sit here today, we should ask ourselves, are we just moving money or are we moving the needle? Or can we still be classified as a silent partner? I don't think we should be classified as a silent partner, as a diaspora, not with almost $100 billion. Looking at the most recent inflow of remittances, it's evident that our possibilities in Africa are endless. In Egypt, we see remittances of over 22 billion flowing in. In Nigeria, almost 20 billion, while in countries like Gambia, Lesotho, these diaspora funds make up more than 20% of their entire GDP. If the diaspora stopped sending money tomorrow, what would happen? These economies in our homeland would stumble or even collapse. Now let's move to the faith community. Diaspora faith communities, specifically, are trusted, accountable social entrepreneurs, intermediaries for investment, education. We are advocates, and we are a platform for economic mobilization, skill transfer, mentorship, and capital investment. The African diaspora faith community or religious community comprises of church, mosque, and other religious organizations that acts as the most trusted and organized infrastructure for development. Unlike governments and corporate entities, faith networks possess a unique moral authority and build logistic networks that reach the most remote areas on the continent. So when we talk about urban and rural development, the faith community is there. The greatest barrier, however, to diaspora investment is the trust gap. There's a big trust gap. People are afraid, especially when they tell people about investment in Nigeria. When you call Nigeria, unfortunately, I'm half Nigeria, but unfortunately, they say, no. I don't want to lose any money there. I don't want to do any business there. So there's a big trust gap. And faith communities can solve that trust gap by acting as vetted intermediaries. Many diaspora churches have moved from simple tithing to creating investment clubs, creating credit unions, funds for specific projects such as hospitals and schools back home. We can be seen as accountable partners because these projects are overseen by religious leaders that are religious leaders. There's a higher level of perceived transparency and social pressure to ensure that funds are used correctly. Faith-based organizations are often primary providers of social infrastructure where the state may be absent. A significant proportion of African private healthcare and secondary education is funded or managed by faith-based organizations. During the pandemic and other economic downfalls, the faith communities are first responders using diaspora funds to provide immediate food security and micro grants. And I can tell you for COVID-19, I was at the realm of that between the World Bank Division Office, although we didn't get the money from them, but I was asked to help with analyzing, but we were able to help the diaspora here, navigate SBA, navigate funding here, and we were able to help crowdfunding for helping a number of resolving a number of issues back in the homeland. So our churches were here able to create a very significant impact. The pulpit is a powerful platform for economic mobilization. Many diaspora faith groups organize skills missions where we have doctors, engineers, tech professionals, and who spend vacations providing pro bono services and training local counterparts. They connect young African entrepreneurs with high-level mentors in the diaspora, creating a global pipeline for brain circulation. All right? One more thing, and then I just share something here. Faith leaders in the diaspora also serve as a political voice for the continent. They lobby Western governments, and I'm involved in that. I facilitated numerous of them with the Obama administration, with the Trump administration, with the Biden administration, on issues of economic development, on issues of criminal justice, on issues of peace initiatives and conflicts, with USAID faith-based office, with the Department of State's Office of Religious and Global Affairs, number of stuff. They serve as a voice and they do advocate or lobby politically. And I have been a part of that, so I can speak for that. So by emphasizing ethical business practices and conscious capitalism, faith communities help build a culture of transparency that is essential for attracting long-term and foreign investments. And just a few other things I want to add. So that's it on the faith community. Some of the other factors I want to raise on this subject is we must embark on gender lens investment, gap and opportunities, meaning that our African women, they transact over 42 billion in funding gap, where our women entrepreneurs in Africa, our women in diaspora, they send funds, they are engaged in healthcare, hospital, and community infrastructure. And I know a lot of these African women because another thing I want to mention, I was privileged, Eric, to honor over 650 individuals with the U.S. President Lifetime Achievement Award, signed by the President of the United States of America. And among these 650 persons, I know that at least 400 of them are from the African diaspora. And the highest number of them are women that have spent thousands of dollars building hospitals and clinics and doing numerous work with their money and efforts. It's when you tap into what the faith community do, the faith community is playing a very significant role. And in doing that at the White House with the faith-based office, we had to submit the bio and document the work that they do in order to have these things signed off. And so we had to provide the proof or I could go to jail. So just want you to know that we are really doing a lot when it comes to that, the medical groups and so on like that. So the women, we never overlook the impact of the women, and it seemed to me that the impact of our women in economic development in our diaspora, from the diaspora back home, seemed to be very significant. So Professor before me spoke about the funding, the tax. It's almost 9%. How many minutes I have? 1, 2? 1. Okay. There's a high fee. We have to look at almost 9%. Sometimes we pay when we transact money, lose money, and this is money that can be utilized to impact someone's life. That's the silent tax. You can there's the silent tax of almost 8% that we pay depending on how we transfer. Another issue I want to raise is that we should see opportunity to build infrastructure for capital investments instead of monumental sentimental consumption. And let me maybe wrap up on this. For those of us who are Igbos, and I know you have Yorubas, I don't know the other tribe, but I can speak for Nigerian culture. We spend a lot of money on building big houses and sanctuary in our villages on ancestral land. Very huge money. And if you were to calculate that amount of money that the diaspora spend building homes on ancestral land, it's in the billions. And the problem is that we don't go back home. A lot of us, we just go once per year or once every 5 years. And that money, that investment could have been, if it even was used to do real estate in the cities or in the capitals, at least it would be more beneficial. But we have to consider that. We have to change that paradigm and consider using that investment more wisely. It's difficult because our people believe we don't achieve anything.
It's that's where they are buried.
Yeah, that's where we are buried.
That's
So
where they.
that's where we are buried. So
we continue.
So yes, so
Deep.
but
It's a cultural issue.
it is very deep
Can't
cultural.
take it out.
It's something that we have to think
go back
about
to their
because
ancestors.
that is where a high value of the funding that could have done a lot to move the development on the continent has gone. There's another speaker, so thank you very much for having me.
Yeah. Yes, of course. That's part of.
Well, great. Now, thank you. Very nice. And again, I can tell it would be lively between Dr. DK and Dr. It's gonna be. So we're gonna ask Dr. Freeman to actually do something that he does a lot of things well. But one of the things he can't do is to really be brief. So we're gonna ask him to be uncharacteristically brief today. He has a lot to say because he just have a world and breadth of knowledge, experience, and expertise. And he's considered one of our elders, you know, from a wisdom standpoint. And from the fact that whenever Mary calls him, it doesn't matter where he is in the world, he answers her call. Right? So we have about 5 minutes.
1 minute.
And
No, it's not.
no, I know, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm just kidding. We would never do that to our dear brother. Because my co-moderator over there would call me on it. Okay, but listen, let me definitely take the time to introduce you know, Professor Lawrence Freeman. He has been involved with Watch Democracy Grow from its inception. He's considered one of the founders, or at least founders as far as panelists, but I think he broke out a couple of dimes out of his pocket too. So he really loves Africa. He loves African people. And because he knows that these are where his ancestors came from. I'm going to take some liberty in saying that. As Africa being the mother of African of all civilization. Okay, and I had a conversation with a clergy member, and I said, if you could grant me this grace on Resurrection Day, that we have all portraits of Jesus. And I know that President Putin is trying to put everyone to shame with opening up his cathedral. When he's talking about the Last Supper, he said that there's some type of restorative justice that must be done as it pertains to religion. And I will not go any further into it, but just to say that we are a blessed people because we understand that there is no real difference between us. And I hope that African countries can come to that conclusion as well, but the diaspora must be the first to do it. We continue to go to Eastern African restaurants, West African restaurants, and we just can't seem to come together even around the food. It's amazing. It's amazing. But I'm not going to take any more time.
You're gonna read my bio?
I'm going to read your bio now. I'm going to introduce my good friend and brother. We have a couple of friends and brothers over here. Beside over there, we are always, you'd think we're brothers and sisters because she moves me along very quickly. But let me do it right now. Professor Lawrence Freeman has been involved in Africa for 30 years plus. He's a researcher, writer, consultant, and speaker on a variety of topics concerning Africa. He provides a unique economic political analysis of the African continent with a focus on the importance of infrastructure for promoting economic growth. He has written hundreds of articles and reports on Africa, including essays on China, Africa. He's a big proponent of that, and he'll talk on it today, I'm sure. And US Africa policy. Mr. Freeman has visited the continent at least 25 times. In 2010, he was invited to join the inaugural advisory committee to AFRICOM under General Kip Ward, my good friend. In 2014, he was appointed vice chairman of the Lake Chad Basin International Scientific Committee. Mr. Freeman has spearheaded an interbasin water transfer project called Transaqua to save the shrinking Lake Chad. He was a featured speaker along with President Buhari at the International Conference to Save Lake Chad, held in Abuja from February 26 to 28, 2018. He's an adjunct instructor at Catonsville Community College of Baltimore County, of Frederick Community College, and Osher Lifelong Learning Institute, where he teaches several courses on African history. He's a creator of the blog Lawrence Freeman African and the World.com. Check it out. Dr. Freeman is an outspoken critic of the ICC attacks on African countries. He led a delegation of American state legislators to Sudan, who suddenly exposed the charges that the Khartoum government was engaged in slavery as fraudulent. This is going to be quite an interesting conversation. Please join me in representing no other than our illustrious Dr. Freeman.
That's the nicest introduction you've given me.
Oh, I'm getting nicer.
Yeah.
To you.
You're getting nice when you're old age. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be here. Henrietta is we've been working together for many, many years. And as I get older, I probably forget how many years it is. But I'm going to be 75 next month.
Oh, young man.
But I keep very active. I hike and backpack in the woods about several hundred miles a year. So that helps me out. And just a slight correction in my bio. I've now been to Africa about 36 times, mainly in Nigeria, a lot in Sudan, and most recently, a lot of time I spent in Ethiopia, but also Cote d'Ivoire, Chad, and a few other countries that are slipping in. I have not been to the Congo.
Why not?
I haven't been invited.
Come on.
Okay. So what I'm going to do in my 20 minutes is I'm going to unite faith and economics, which have been the two subjects we've had all day today. And I'll start with quoting Pope Paul VI in one of his encyclicals in 1967. He said, development is the new name for peace. And I've not only adopted that perspective in my own outlook, but I've provided the scientific economic principles to support that idea. Because without development, we will not have peace, we will not have security. And therefore, we are obligated to raise the standard of living of every human being. And if we don't do that, we will live in this world today, which is unacceptable. We have, in Africa alone, over 500 million people living in poverty. This is unacceptable. And this is the cause for unrest throughout the world. So it's the obligation of every government, and this is what I've told all the governments I've met with, and I've had a few and a couple of presidents here and there. It's the obligation of government to promote the general welfare of the people. Now, that is one of the most beautiful phrases in the US Constitution. It's in the preamble. And that I live by that principle. And that's what government is there to do. The question is how to do it. So to discuss development, there are two essential concepts we must think about. One is physical economy, and the other is productive credit or credits for development. I call myself a physical economist. I do not involve myself in monetary gains, speculation, stock market prices, real estate values, buy low, sell dear. I don't have anything to do with that. I look at an economy physically. What are the components that are necessary to raise the people's standard of living per square hectare, per capita? I examine electricity from that standpoint. I examine farming from that standpoint. I examine railroads from the standpoint. What is the actual physical wealth? And what is the ingredients necessary to promote that physical wealth? Credit is essential. And this is not understood by many more people in the United States around the world anymore. But it has been practiced. Credit is what you issue today that takes you to tomorrow. How do you build a nuclear power plant? How do you build a railroad? How do you build anything that requires time and billions of dollars of investment? You need long-term, low-interest credit. That's the way major economies in the world have been built. The United States was built that way. After the war, Germany was built that way. Japan was built that way. China is built that way. You provide long-term, low-interest credit for key sectors of infrastructure, primarily electricity and railroads, and manufacturing. And it's the lack of manufacturing and the lack of infrastructure that is the cause of holding Africa back. Africa has to be industrialized, and that requires a manufacturing sector, and that requires a density of infrastructure. And these are the two things that I work on. And I've had many discussions with many people from Africa and so-called Africanists in the United States, and they don't understand this concept completely. And so we have to be brutally honest, because this is what has to be done. Every other good-spirited idea is fine, but unless you do this, you won't change Africa, you won't develop the concept. I know what I'm saying may be controversial, polemical, people may have disagreements. I love disagreements. But this is what I know to be true. And I recently wrote a paper on this. I wrote a paper which I'm going to just give a short quote. The lack of electricity is killing Africans today. Without abundant and accessible electricity to consumers and producers, African nations will not industrialize and they will not eliminate poverty. The scale of investments necessary to add a minimum of 1,000 gigawatts of electricity to the grid of Africa requires hundreds of billions of dollars in long-term investment. Only government-supported credit will suffice. Private sector credit will not succeed by itself. Private sector investment schemes are everywhere. We do this, we'll do that. And what I'm going to tell you today, and which I've discussed extensively with Henrietta, is we need something different. We need to create a facility, an institution, a credit bank that promotes infrastructure in Africa. And discussion with Henrietta, I think we came up with the name of the African Infrastructure Development Bank. And that would be the sole purpose of the bank. And the bank has to be capitalized. Now, this is not a new conception. This was actually practiced by Alexander Hamilton, George Washington's first Secretary of the Treasury, and he created a national bank for development. And I love Hamilton, and I write about him all the time. And this is...
Was Hamilton from the Caribbean? I just want to
Yes,
make sure.
yes,
I
yes.
just make sure you share
Yes,
that.
he was an immigrant.
Yes, he was.
He was an immigrant who created the most successful banking political economy system the world has ever seen, and was done by, he came in when he was 16 years old from the Caribbean. And he was a genius. And if he hadn't been killed by Burr, he was the most intelligent person existing in the United States at the time of this stupid duel in 1803. So yes, you're correct. Now, Hamilton developed this bank, and this bank was the key to investment in the United States. And he wrote numerous reports on it, which I've also discussed with Mary. But there was also another person in the United States, and this principle that Hamilton put forth was called the American System of Political Economy. That was the name given to it. Short system, shortly, we just call it for short American system. It was different than the British. It was not free trade. It involved the state, the government, to be involved in development. And Washington supported Hamilton over Burr and Madison, a whole bunch of state rights guys and slave owners, to actually support this creation of a national bank, which our country has dropped and succeeded and picked up and dropped throughout history. Lincoln supported it, McKinley supported it, John Quincy Adams supported it, and Franklin Roosevelt supported it. In fact, Franklin Roosevelt's great-great-grandfather, Isaac Roosevelt, went to the Congress with Alexander Hamilton. They were allies in setting up the bank in New York State. And so therefore, this Hamiltonian idea of credit for development has been part of American history. And little known to people about Bretton Woods was the fact that, yes, there is the IMF, and I don't think they do a very good job. In fact, Bretton Woods has failed the minute Roosevelt died, which was April 12th, this Sunday, 1945. But the fact of the matter is, Roosevelt created something better than the IMF, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the IBRD. That's the official name of what you know today as the World Bank. And it doesn't do anything that Roosevelt intended. And when Roosevelt died and Truman took over, it was a failure. But nevertheless, it was there. And if you look at what was actually discussed at Bretton Woods on this question and what Roosevelt did, it was revolutionary. And we have a model we can use. And in fact, Roosevelt's bank, he provided capital for inexpensive forms of credit to developing nations. And he recognized the essential responsibility of a nation state is to intervene and improve in the economies that lead to development. And just to give you some idea of this, Harry Dexter White was his man at Bretton Woods in July 1944. Dexter White wrote a draft for Bretton Woods. What did he say? The bank, the IRDB, was the provision for long-term capital for desirable, productive projects that serve directly or indirectly the permanently raising the standard of living of the borrowing country. That was the purpose of the bank, which White is writing in 1942. Bretton Woods was passed in July 1944. So this is all in the planning by Roosevelt's people, because Roosevelt had a grand design for the world after the war. He wanted to get rid of British imperialism, and he wanted to lift up the nations of the world by industrializing them. In a May memorandum, Roosevelt himself writes, his plan was to supply a huge volume of capital that would be needed abroad for relief, for reconstruction, and economic development, essential for the attainment of world prosperity and higher standards of living. That was what we call the World Bank today, which doesn't do any of that. Roosevelt died before the bank was passed after his death, but he nevertheless addressed at the conclusion of the conference. These proposals for an international fund and the International Bank are concrete evidence that the economic objectives of the United States agree with those of the United States. They illustrate our unity of purpose and interest in the economic field. What we need and what they need, developing countries, correspond. Expanded production, employment, consumption. In other words, more goods produced, more jobs, more trade, and a higher standard of living. So 5 minutes. So this concept was in Roosevelt's head, and when he got polio, he was a grown man when he got polio, he studied Hamilton during his recovery. And this informed his view. And this is what we should be looking at in Africa today. We need a credit facility. The private sector does many good things, but they won't spend hundreds of billions of dollars. They don't have them. So we need a facility that has to be capitalized. We can capitalize it in various ways, and then we lend a portion of that capital out to various countries, which that country would match the loan given to them. The loan would have to be long-term. China concessionary loans are like that. Would have to be long-term and would have to be low interest rate, 2 to 3%, no usury. That capital investment in infrastructure will transmit value to the rest of society. Infrastructure transmits value. It's not just getting from here to there. People use the word connectivity. I think it's more profound than that. And if we do that, we change everything in the economy of that country. The density of infrastructure, just take two subjects, and it's not limited to, take railroads and electricity. And that grid over any country will make every single farmer and worker more productive just by having a density of infrastructure available to them, to bring goods to the market, to sell goods, to have the most advanced technology for their economy. We need to do that throughout all of Africa. Ethiopia, one of my favorite countries, they were there at Bretton Woods as a free, liberated country because they were sovereign. They were never colonized. And they worked directly with Roosevelt to tie their economy to economic development. And we now see the greatest accomplishment, in my view, in this last 50 years is the creation of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which I have visited twice. 5,150 megawatts of power. There's no dam like it in the rest of, no dam like that in the rest of Africa. Now, that doesn't solve the problems, but it gives you an example of what's possible. So we have to have a revolution in economic development focused on infrastructure, especially electricity and rail and manufacturing. And we can eliminate poverty in one generation if these principles are followed. Thank you.
Excellent job, right on time. Didn't have to be perfect. We're gonna go through a quick round of questioning. Young gentleman.
Larry, water.
Yes, well, there's many.
You have questions for me, please. I have
Question
for
But we use energy,
No.
and we need
questions?
energy to desalinate water. But you can desalinate water.
Dialogue later.
Take the salt
Thank
out.
you, thank you. Let's respect the panel. Mr.
Question for me.
Moderator, been waiting. Go ahead.
Your presentation.
Wait, no, just ask them if they have any question
Yeah.
for me.
So,
Excuse me,
one
I have to
second, let me
leave.
coordinate something.
He had a question for me. I have to go.
Anyone who has a
I have
question
another
for
meeting.
her, you
Thank
get
you.
first dibs because she has to
Yes,
leave.
I have a question.
Okay, please.
Yeah, because
What?
I have to go.
You had
I have another meeting. He had a.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I can take the question.
Yes, please.
I think a presentation bring me to the question that really I care more. It's about my home country, Congo. Okay, let me go straight. You saw the peace agreement, and you saw all the transaction being made that the United States is making with Congo. What Professor is presenting right now, Lawrence, exactly what is there. Now, my question is,
I'm sorry,
what do you feel to present about the basic that it can move Africa for future development, making the next generation to not face poverty, is how we as diaspora can we participate in what is being signed in Washington, D.C. between the current government and our home country to make this plan of moving resources, capital, credit, financial credit, to make those basic needs be fulfilled? How? What can we do when those type of assignments have been made?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, what he talked about, I've been talking about, which is why I formed my company. I'm a former World Bank, and I've always proposed that the way forward is through economic empowerment, because if you don't have it, Mary, I had that conversation with you years ago. Economic empowerment is key, because if you can't vote, if you don't have economic empowerment, you can't really vote, right? I mean, or you can't really have power to vote. What is called stomach infrastructure. You know what I mean? You're online and they tell you to vote for whoever, and you vote for whoever, because a bag of rice is enough to make you vote for whoever is in power. So that I agree with him, but it's something that has been in the works, which is why I cater to SMEs, because SMEs occupy more than 80% of the workforce in Africa. So if you don't develop that demographic group, forget about it in terms of empowering people on the ground. Now, it goes back, your question about what to do in terms of chiming in and participating in transactions. It goes back to what I was saying. There are different avenues, contacting your embassy, travel. Our brother here travels a lot to Africa, because when you go there, whichever way, then you meet people, right? If you have contacts through networks and all, that's a good way of being able to plug in. It's not very easy, you know, networking, as I said, the networks are very, it's almost like a jungle out there. You know what I mean? It's like there's a perception of small pie mingled with some biases that kick in, but I think it's improved a lot. Psychological, whatever, of, oh, this fellow African diaspora, what do you have to offer me? I've gone through that, but now I'm a different, whatever, where I'm respected in my field or whatever, through a lot of publications, you know, journals, legal journals, made a name for myself, whatever. But there's still work to be done in terms of being at the table, because an African diaspora is competing with the big companies out there. And there's something I always talked about when I was teaching at GW. And I'm also a professor at Catholic, but I taught at GW, International Affairs. And I always told my students this, it's called Phantom Aid. I don't know if you all know the Phantom Aid. I'm not the one who coined it. It was coined by Action Aid, actually. Mm-hmm. Phantom aid is when aid comes through the person it comes through, meaning a developed country economy. There's always in there a provision where you hire their people. So if aid ends, all of Washington will close down, because a lot of people have, and it's not just Washington, England, everywhere. And it's nobody's fault, because you can't buy the hand that feeds you. I always say that. So going back to what Lawrence was saying in terms of African Union has an investment company, mutual fund, and a central bank, 3 on paper, that they wanted to establish to address these issues, but it hasn't moved forward. It's not their fault. It's just the monetary system that's so plugged in. It's a dollarized economy. Wearing my US hat, I'm happy it's a dollarized economy. We're all part of the problem, because it's an incestuous relationship. We're all gaining from it. You know what I mean? So it's very, very difficult, because everybody's tied in. I'm a former World Banker and everything else, and we're all part of the problem, and also we should be part of the solution. To those who more is given, more is expected. So we have to really see how we can energize ourselves to plug into the networks. IMF, World Bank next week. You have a right to be at the table. Go there, go to your ED's office. ED, don't tell me I told them to go there, because you have a right to be there and, you know, talk to him, see how can I help. When the delegates come, talk to them, wherever, you know, they're very pleasant, they're willing. It's a long journey, but I think I'm optimistic. We've come a long way and we're getting better at it, you know. And you had a question, quick, yes.
Doctor, muchas gracias por esta presentación que se ha hecho. Yo creo que, my name is Robert Springer, first of all. I'm from Colombia, South America. And one of the problems we have with the relationship with us in the continent of Africa is that only Equatorial Guinea speaks Spanish, right? On the continent of Africa. So no Colombian has access to Africa. Africans don't have connection with Latin America.
Well, wait a minute, you have an embassy in Ghana.
I know that.
It's scant. And so what I'm saying is we need to promote student exchanges between the continent of Africa and Latin America. We also, myself and Ian Campbell created a bilingual education app, which teaches Spanish and English. And we use professors from Colombia to teach Spanish and professors from the United States to teach English. We need to include Yoruba or Igbo or Swahili into that app, work with the university in South Africa, and improve the communication, because without communication, none of this happens. Thank you.
Yes. So is there a question there?
The question there is, it's a suggestion is also, we want to invite you to meet with you and talk to you and share with you what we're doing, because we think that you have the way and we want to plug in.
Okay, fantastic. We'll do that.
Thank
Yes,
you.
definitely.
Okay, now, next question, round of questions, anyone could answer, okay? You could direct it at an individual, but if the others want to comment, they can. Let's make it quickly, rapid questioning. And I think, Dr. Visser, if you want to stay for another 5 minutes, that'll be fine, otherwise.
Oh, you want me to do 5 minutes? Okay.
5 minutes. But what, yeah, I.
I want to direct my questions to the professor about the presentation he made. I think he did so much of research on the continent of Africa. So I want to ask regarding like the what I can call oppressive system that have been built in Africa on African continent, so that the African continent countries cannot be developed. So for instance, I will say about, for instance, food sovereignty. 85%, they say 85% of food comes from other countries on the continent of Africa. That is unbelievable, because the soil is fertile. We can't believe how we don't produce our own food. Instead, you see countries exporting tea, coffee, chocolate. But if you go to those main food like rice, wheat, we don't have it. It comes from Russia, Ukraine, France. So it doesn't make sense. And I think they say it's a like a system that been there for years, where the food came in Africa as aid, then the farmers can't compete with those countries. Another example is about intra-countries commerce, like the way countries trade within continent of Africa. Yes, they say it's like 13% in countries, but 84% it's from other countries. And also the debt, like the level of debt, high interest debt. So how can Africans be able to beat those systems which are there to oppress them?
Good, I understand. Look, all these things,
You could,
this is all a result. Don't forget, what's the history of Africa? I mean, Africa is the single, and I think there was just a vote on this recently. There was no continent of any people in the world that suffered the mass deportation that Africa did during the period of slavery. So this has had a long-term effect. This was followed up by colonialism, the Berlin Conference, and then this was followed up by neocolonialism. And then you've had the World Bank and the IMF, after Roosevelt died, did not have his vision for development. So Africa became liberated, thanks to our liberator, Kwame Nkrumah. But as soon as it became liberated, it got controlled by another financial monetary system, the Bretton Woods without Roosevelt. So countries in Africa were more developed in certain sense. Take food, for example. Most African countries were closer to food self-sufficiency in the 1960s and 1970s than they are today. What you said was true. Over $45 billion was spent by African nations importing food. A complete waste, a complete waste. When I went to Nigeria, and my first visit was 1994, I've been there about 16 times. I checked I went all over the place over years. I went to every part of north, south. I was in about half the country, half the states in Nigeria. And you know what? My friends who brought me were some houses from the north. They lived in Kaduna. And they said, everywhere you put something in the ground in Nigeria, it'll grow up. Including if you put your finger in, another finger will come up. Because that was the conception. So it's totally fertile land. But the problem is African nations got trapped by the West, by the rules-based order, by the monetarists, by the colonialists, by the oligarchy of the West. And they never allowed them to develop. And whoever tried to develop the nation was eliminated, cooed, or killed. And we have the case of Patrice Lumumba, who was cooed as soon as he was elected. By who? By Europe. So the problem is Africa has been under control by a global financial system, and there are signs of breaking out. Even my friend Bahari, who didn't do what he said he was going to do when he got elected, we've known each other for years, but he started to make insistence that tomato paste be produced in Nigeria instead of imports. Ethiopia last year produced 30 million tons of wheat. They need 23 million. They actually produce a surplus in wheat. So you're seeing small breaks from control of the system, but the system has to be changed. We have to get away from this paradigm of the rules-based order with the zero-sum mentality, a diseased thinking method. It's zero-sum? There's only winners and losers? That's ridiculous.
Thank you, Dr. Freeman, appreciate it. Next question, please, on the mic.
He has a mic here,
Guys, you probably would be well to read the book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa by Sir Walter Rodney. Not much has changed. It's still the same. Now, the next question actually goes to
Yes.
Dr. DK.
Yes, DK. My question is to Dr. DK. I think your perspective as a faith-based community development has a big impact. And I do understand from have grown up in a rural area. I went to school because it was a Catholic-led school that made me to go to school. There was no other option. The government could not run it. And either now, the economic part to come with it, if we can empower those religious faith, those faith-based group, it can improve. My question is, when I look on AGOA, the way it has been identified, how it works. One example, as Africa today, it's becoming, as long as we move the west of the world industrial. If you do go back, there was one scandal in Ivory Coast when one big ship was dumping some of, I think, dust, minerals or waste, and it was a shame worldwide to see how Africa, and that's what's going on today. Now, I'm talking about AGOA and saying how Africa can not only go by exactly what AGOA is saying, because there's no power. I'm going to give you an example, how Africa can resist against all negotiation going on. I'm giving an example. I'm from DRC, Congo. When I went to Congo, I go to Rwanda. In Rwanda, there's no plastic. When you're in an airplane, they tell you, please, if you have plastic, leave in the airplane. Correct? So Rwanda stopped using plastics. They use biodegradable. What happened? Rwanda refused to have second-hand clothing, and it was removed from AGOA for that reason, if really my memory is correct. You understand how a country is trying to build something that's more natural building, avoiding all those, but the West, again, coming the same way the neo-colonialism is making question. My question is, faith-based, good. Government should have a will to do something. How in this negotiation that you are part on it can also include a negotiation should protect the African next generation by avoiding Africa to be a West, the case of Rwanda who has eliminated those plastics, that AGOA could also allow any countries that set up those type of policies to also be part of AGOA. So I know many countries can do it because of what happened to one of the country part of AGOA. So my question is, how you when you are negotiating or you are participating in moderating this, how can Africa really be more powerful to set up their own laws that protect the environment and the next generation, and Africa can remain green with the only place in the world who can have the really good oxygen. Thank you.
Thank you. Not sure if you can hear me. When I spoke, I know I underrepresented the work of the faith community because the faith community was just to be one part of the presentation, which I didn't go through. And I wished I had just focused it all on that. Nevertheless, in answering your question, just to state that when it comes to hospitals and all these schools and all of these skill training centers across Africa, faith community is one of the major organizations, especially the Catholic community in Africa. When you look at Nigeria with over 900 health institutions, you look across Africa, you have what you call the Christian Health Association. And even when I communicate with many of the Islamic councils across Africa, they state how they benefit from these institutions and so forth. And I don't want to limit the work of faith to Christians, because when you look at the Islamic world, I remember a meeting, and I'm trying to answer you, a meeting with the king of the Onisha kingdom in Nigeria. He's Igbo, but in my meeting, he was able to tell me how the Islamic community, as a faith community, provide loans and help people to establish businesses across Africa. And it was critical that we do have so many big churches in Nigeria, and the Pentecostal side of the Christianity fail to engage in infrastructure development as the Catholics and the Protestants. Now, to your question, what I know, and I was very involved in helping to create that secretariat here in the US, is that the faith communities within the continent of Africa, the leaders on the continent, the religious leaders on the continent, we now have the opportunity to sit down with the US Department of State. And so even recently, when there was the issue with in Zimbabwe, the issue of it wasn't the embargo, what was it? It was the embargo, right? Bishop Maparusa, who is the head of churches in Zimbabwe and faith, worked along with myself and others here to talk to the Department of State, right? They do have access to the White House. And one of the things some people don't know, while governments pay lobbyists and all of that, the faith community has its lens. They can engage in policy dialogue with the White House direct, right? And with the Department of State direct and so on. So there's that opportunity. And sometimes we have some of the ambassadors of our countries, including Caribbean ambassadors, issues that they are not able to get through in their dialogue. They ask us to put it on our agenda. So it's another opportunity to get concerns that are affecting our countries on the table. And so these are ways with this administration, things are a little more technical, but these are opportunities that exist.
Thank you. Next one. Can I interject, because I'm a lawyer and I think it's a very important question on the legalistic side.
Can we limit our questions to like 30 seconds and our responses to about 45 seconds or a minute?
I stayed because I think my little sister wanted, and I sent them a message. I'll be running a little late. Fortunately, I'm not presenting right now, but quickly, let me say that it doesn't matter what anybody does, faith community, lawyers, whatever. When you mention AGOA, AGOA is a non-reciprocal legislation. Bear that in mind. So when you talk about negotiations, there's not much, okay? there are options out there. One of the articles we published, I moderated my company. I actually was the moderator of the AGOA Forum in South Africa, December 2023 in South Africa, and it was very interesting. It was very well received and everything on the health sector and all. Between the Aspen, which is a company that it's a pharmaceutical company during COVID, very, very good, one of the best companies. Savrov is the head of it, and Pfizer was there, US company. Based on that panel, they moved forward with trying to negotiate some deals, but there's not much that can be done in terms of negotiating because AGOA is a legislation, Section 104, as you know, it's a preferential treatment the US gives to countries, sort of a carrot stick approach to encourage flow of trade from Africa into the US. It's non-reciprocal. In other words, you can't do much with it, and it can be removed at any time. If you don't satisfy, it's about values, promoting US values, good governance. And so that's why, yes, it promotes trade. I support it. And in our article that we published with my partner, Frank Samolis, who's a partner chair of Squire Patton Boggs, I call it half bread, better than none for Africa, because you can't really, I keep saying, bite the hand. There's a tendency, I'm sorry, for us Africans to think that there's Santa Claus out there. There's no Santa Claus. We should stop thinking that way. Everybody who comes to Africa has an interest. Unless you're Mohammed, Muslim or Hindu, whatever, and Jesus Christ or whatever, nobody else out there is doing anything on a pure altruistic basis. Now, the other aspect that we should be looking at Africa is the BITs. The bilateral investment treaties, only 9 African countries have signed that with the US. And guess what? Most of them don't even know it exists. Some of them have been denied AGOA eligibility halfway through when they got it because they did something either on a social or values based. And I talked to them, the ambassador, some of them, and I say, oh, you have BIT. Oh, what is that? But that BIT is a treaty. It's a treaty. It's binding. AGOA is not. It's legislation, buddy. 9 countries. Morocco is the only country in Africa, and it's not West, South. I don't call it sub-Saharan. I don't like that word sub. West, South, Central Africa. It's North Africa, the only country in all of Africa that has signed an FTA, free trade agreement. That's the only other agreement that you're bound by. And guess what? It has worked very well for Morocco. You Google me, you can share the article we published through the Kenyan revenue. It's called a tax prison. It's subscription. You have to pay for it. I've published a number of them because they pay us to do it on this question of why Morocco was very blessed to have done it. 2015, and it has helped Morocco. They developed because they had joint ventures through that. It's on equal footing. You don't succeed, you go to ICSID, International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, through the BIT. But a lot of countries are looking, give us AGOA. Like, hey, wait a minute. AGOA is good, but it's half bread.
Everything, yeah.
We should be pursuing BITs, enforcement of BITs, bilateral investment treaties that promote investments between the US and Africa, and free trade agreements.
Thank you.
It's simple.
My sister there had a question.
Yes, she did.
Yeah,
you said you.
give
What
her
was
the
the
mic,
question,
please?
please? Because I have to go.
Can you give her the mic?
Yes. You had a private question. Okay. So let's go out and let's go to the playground.
Okay, guys, we're gonna just get one more question and we get some closing remarks.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Thank you.
panelists. Thank you.
Closing remarks by these guys. Last question. So I know she's not gonna leave because she has closing remarks, and you're not gonna go first. You're gonna go last. Closing remarks. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yes.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Closing remarks. Give him the phone. Give her the mic. That she'll give.
Well, basically, I think it boils down to what I said earlier, that we can do it, and I think we can't do it alone. The diaspora can't do it alone. We need friends of diaspora, like we have represented here, and we also have to bear in mind that there's no Santa Claus.
Thank you.
We have to not blame the West for anything that happens. We have to take the harms of what we need to do and own it.
Okay, there's no Santa Claus. Okay.
Well, my closing remarks is this. The African diaspora is not a silent partner. We are projected to have almost $100 billion impact on the continent collectively. The way we can have a greater impact is by unifying. We have too many that are, sorry.
Oh, it's too close to that mic.
Yeah, we have too many organizations that are individualistic, small individualistic. We can't do much lobbying for the same funding. So we need more unity. We need to connect. We need more partnerships to expand, to pull resources together, intellectual resources, professional resources, economic resources, to do more development work on the continent. And the last sentence I want to say is that happy to be a part of the panel. And I have been very impressed by the two presenters, especially on the work on the whole importance of having banks, institutions that specifically focus on infrastructure development, nothing else. I learned something from that. We don't dilute funding for one thing to do other. There are many needs, but it's very important that funds are focused for different things. And I think that development in Africa has to be holistic. It's not just infrastructure, it's not just real estate, but there's this social and even, and just to say this one thing, we might overlook, sometimes we can overlook the other aspects of human needs, like school, food, water, healthcare. But if, you know, when you look at some of the people that are industrialists, economists, entrepreneurs that are successful, it was institutions, whether faith community, villages or groups that assisted these persons with schools, with healthcare, with all these, that allow them or mentored them, that they got to the level where they can impact the continent in a better way today. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is this working? So what I want to, so my goal is to change the paradigm. I want to get away from the paradigm of a Hobbesian view of all against all, and I want to change the paradigm to one of development, where countries work together in cooperation of raising the standard of living of every other country, and by doing so, they will increase their own standard of living. The Global South represents 85% of the land and wealth in the world and the majority of the world's population. I want the Global South, which is led by the BRICS, to lead an effort to create a new paradigm for development. Development is a human right. The West doesn't recognize that. So let the rest of the world, the majority of the world, move forward and create something new and something better. And I would adopt the phrase that we have from the President Xi Jinping, that we stress cooperation for the common future of mankind, which is prosperity and development, and we will create peace and security. And that's my goal in the next 25 years of my life.
And with that, we're going to close the fourth panel, the best panel, and the final panel. I just want to add that I think we have a special charge, and that special charge is how do we rise to the occasion of a changing environment, a world that is actually resetting. They say that we came through a period where many sacrificed, some died, and we've been benefiting from the harvest. But now it's time for planting, for cultivating new crops. And that may require us to enter into new thinking. As Ngugi talked about the colonization through language, we also have to develop new partners, non-traditional partners. African diaspora needs to now probably view themselves as a voting bloc. And if you are serious about affecting change on the continent, reach out to the guy next to you and probably ask him if he likes If he doesn't like the way things are right now, what can we do differently to affect that change? So with that, I want to thank Mary for the work that she has done. She's back there. And Watch Democracy Grow. This is yet another year that we're at the National Press Club doing some big things. And so every single one of you who participated, you are now been deputized as a ambassador of Watch Democracy Grow. And you are what you say you are. Let's walk into that new truth. Thank you. Yeah. Lastly, I just want to recognize my daughter who came over at the last minute, Nandi Walcott, who never backs off from lending a hand. So thank you very much. So I'm going to invite everyone just to stay for a little period of networking. I'm not sure if we have any more time. But Mary, we're going to come and do a group picture. And then we're going to probably do what we have to do and go where we need to go. Thank you. Is there something else you need to say, Mary?
Late, but we made it. I just want to take this opportunity to thank. No, this is okay. They are here the same. I just want to thank everybody who is here, who has been just patient. It just takes energy to be here from 12 to almost 7. We don't take it for granted at Watch Democracy Grow. You are just impacting. Don't be just looking at these chairs. You're already selling out. I've got like almost 100, if not 300 African groups that we are streaming right now. So you're already going viral with what you're doing. For new people who are presented today, we do this event every year, and Watch Democracy Grow is going to be 10 years this year. So we are looking for a big annual anniversary for the organization. We started in 2016. Jacques was the first person, I think, to cover. Even amidst this kind of challenge, he's still covering democracy, which is not easy. When I called him, 2 of them were like, oh, you are talking about Congo and Rwanda? We are not coming. So I reached out to him and he's like, okay, I will come. So I think it will be July 4th. Everybody who has spoken, we are going to send invitations. 2, we are going for this peace. Whatever it is going to take, we are going to have it. We had awards for the embassies. We managed to get Rwanda. I'm still running after Congo, so we couldn't give them out. And as you know, incentives, sometimes we tend to think that only when we force people to act, that's when they act. But sometimes people act when you appreciate even the little that they have done. Then they go for more. So the awards are simply incentives for what has been done. I had a lot of discussion. I think this room would have been full with the Congolese community, but they were like, no, we are not going to go for awards. So we had their voice, and we had to hear just the awards. But then June, we are going to invite everybody, and we shall manifest that peace. I want to thank you all. Sam, I am always sorry to just grab you. You know, these guys are all doctorates.
Not me, I don't have that.
And don't worry. So you can imagine to come and I'm like, you know what? I don't have that doctorate, but come. It requires energy, but I don't take it for granted. I really honor whichever respect you also give, and I give it back. So I want to thank both of you, whoever is here, in your own capacity, from the community. Mary Apollo, she's always a sister who just whenever we fall, she gets up. When it comes to Eric, I can't even say, Eric has moderated Watch Democracy panels from 2016. He's never tired. He's a wonderful moderator. Everybody will say, is Eric coming? And I'm like, yes. But the challenge we usually have, all these people should be getting honorariums. Really, we don't take it for granted. Seeing people who just come and moderate. If we were to do it like in any other, you can't go beyond certain amount. So we don't take it for granted. We know they are sacrificing. So as we wind up, we have a reception there. Go enjoy. Since we canceled the award, that was for the award. But we couldn't get the ambassador from Congo. I was not going to give it to Rwanda because that would be being biased. So we held them, and we are hoping that we'll even appreciate these people whom were together when we started the entity. I thank you all. A wonderful evening, and I hope to see you in July.
Yeah, in there, right by the flag back there in the corner there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, TBA, that part of that part of
He did, I think that the state. No. And the state had a role to play. The state had a role to play. And the idea that the state should to the old British free trade as Smith.
It's going to do the photo.
I think,
Because
Hey, guys, let's
You
You
have
have the photographer, he has to go.
You had a bunch of toothless, uneducated hillbillies. Tennessee, I've been there. And they turned into educated.
All the tall guys in the back.
I'm tall.
All the pretty ladies up front. Oh, you went to that out?
Yeah, and I like the height of the back.
We're moving the podium. And if we're moving the podium, we gotta move certain things to make the picture look a certain way.
Yeah, guys, yeah, as I say in Caribbean balance, call up yourself.
Yes, everyone.
And as the military says, get to know somebody.
Space is enough.
Get close. Right this way.
Space.
Yeah, right there. Right there. Right there. Wherever you are. You're in demand. Right between those guys. But she can't hide, you can't hide.
No, she's.
I usually say that the ladies who are closest to me.
You guys stand up there. And come up a bit closer.
And why you hiding? No, just, you know, like.
We have a good photographer.
You got the professional.
Make sure you can see.
We're looking at over here.
Can you see, can you see her?
You are the best.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Sit
With
down.
the professional because that would be the artist.
If you can see her, you can see her. Someone please put another chair
It
here.
will be more clear for that.
Someone put another chair here and it's.
How about here?
So all who can't be seen, please sit down.
There's a pretty young lady hiding in the back. There's a few more. I see you. Go ahead, right up front.
Yes.
All right.
Ladies, I hate to sit here.
One more.
We're gonna get together after all.
Yeah, another chair could go here. Another chair, because if these men can be seen.
Let's get this done before midnight.
Yeah, how did I manage to get myself all the way back here?
I trust God.
Can you see us all? One more with the galaxy.
Yeah, when are we gonna see those pictures?
Hold on.
One more.
Someone has the galaxy camera, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, there we go.
That's mine.
And who has the galaxy camera?
That's mine.
You can zoom it to see you, to see who you want to see.
Man.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, yes.
Who's this for?
Me.
Is this it? Is
He's still taking pictures though, sir.
Young man, young man.
We're still taking pictures.
Sir.
Just to leave the, okay.
A video.
Oh, wave.
Wave big guy.
Give him to.
We got it.
For the picture, yeah.
Can't do this all night.
Okay, and to the guys, suck your stuff.
With this,
Hold on.
yeah, with this group.
It's smile. Are we smiling?
Yeah. Are we smiling?
Ready, set?
Yes.
Democracy.
Yes, go.
Bro.
One more with the official camera.
There we go.
Can we all do something funny?
Yeah.
It looks fun. Everybody, just do something funny. Let us see how beautiful the picture looks. One more.
But you can cover your face.
All right.
That's enough for me.
All right. That's enough for me.
Too much for me.
Sharing the space.
Video. Good job with your.
You got the phone there.
You are.
You got other phone.
So all the, oh, sorry, all the moderators, all the presenters who are here, we can take a picture together.
That's
214 countries and territories. It's about best practice.
Up and out.
This is my thing. Let me see.
Hey, Dr. Freeman, Ian Campbell, everybody, Robert, you helped out, everyone, if you helped out in some way on the program, let's take a quick picture. Last picture.
But he's from.
Hey, Clark.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, come, you're a presenter.
You have my camera?
He's from spiritually.
Oh, I see.
So maybe.
That's why I would not know it.
Have
Have nothing to do with it at all.
Yeah, everybody.
Sorry, can someone take this from me, please? Please.
Bend down and look at the logo.
This is the committee.
This logo is.
Yeah, you can.
Why is the national committee?
Okay, this is the speakers and the committee.
She's tall and inclusive.
All right. Yeah.
Hold on, let's not move yet.
Okay.
Can you take this? Hold on.
Can you just, I'm a little cross-eyed, who looking at?
Jock, are you gonna send these pictures out to everybody?
Nope.
Nice.
Yeah, Mary's gonna get the pictures out. Yeah.
I'm done.
All right, so we send them all to the organizers. Everyone send your pictures to the organizers and the organizers will send them to
Hey,
us.
guys.
Nothing to do with that.
Actually, rounding up.
Only the ladies, please. One last picture. Only the ladies.
You're talking about your, the other fellow?
Yeah. I don't, that's why. I've been the liaison for.
Yeah, only the ladies. Only the ladies.
Now, your agenda. I'm not engaging right now.
Yeah.
Very
smart man.
Risk credibility.
Now wait.
You get stamped with Trump.
Yeah. My business card.
Thank you.
Business card.
Come
on, bro.
I am amazed.
How did I get in here?
Hey, Doc.
I'm not moving.
Only the ladies. You see what happens when you say only ladies? The guys get involved.
Okay, only ladies.
You gotta get out of there, buddy.
As long as you get my photo.
You see, democracy. Where's Mary? Mary, go ahead.
77125.
Yeah, I'm still fine.
Hey, guys. Serious.
That's why it's like, I'm hungry. I'm going to be.
Mary got second lady
Last
picture.
picture.
What more?
So, can you guys come up with one word for Africa, bro? We do. Huh?
Democracy.
I said for Africa.
No, you just tell me. After I have a big community. Maybe I'm just saying.
Okay, guys, we have limited time. You have limited time.
You what's up, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, you can continue with the
Oh, Bradley.
And I'm going to put my logo.
Okay.
So they put the bios of the finalists.
My bio, oh yeah, bio is supposed to be.
I didn't know. Was that in my?
Jocelyn.
One second. That's the first thing. I didn't see. It wasn't in my. These must be the bios of them.
Oh, okay.
Is this yours?
Yeah, that's mine.
Okay.
Can you pick up
This one.
You had one separate for
No.
bios.
Hey, no, you're not really like. Hey, nobody wants to disturb my.
You guys gotta go eat, so you better do what you're doing.
I got a photo of you quick.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let me go on the other side. Okay, so no, give it.
No, you're not.
I don't know his name. Okay, okay.
Please, she.
Okay. Perfect. I want to take one.
Did you take that one?
Yeah.
We will look at the picture, but maybe not look.
Me and Joyce, we can take one here and then I can. Okay.
Yeah.
So you.
Oh, one more. One more.
I got one picture myself, because I need to.
That's a special people or I am allowed.
Perfect. What do you mean? You're always allowed.
Yeah. So sir, here's that's my information. It's my website.
Your name is right here.
That's my number.
Okay, your website.
It was very thorough, sir, okay?
I have a feeling that you might do it better. Why? Because you dealt with me before.
Well, I said it was very thorough.
You dealt with me, you dealt with me, you dealt with me in pictures before. You know why I'm asking?
That is.
Almost. No, I'm just asking, because anybody that did with me in pictures
Oh.
knows that I'm very meticulous.
Really?
That's why I was wondering if that's why you're saying
Very
that.
meticulous, so I was like, I know I'm gonna get it done.
I have a feeling your word though.
You